The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. Let's go.
Tokiyori, 僕は思うのだよ、ワトソン。ホームズは物憂げに首を振り言った。我々が目にする事件は本当にそれが全てなのだろうか。その裏側に誰も知るもののない物語が隠れているかもしれない。ハーブティーから立ち上る湯気を覆うその夢見るような眼差しの先にはきっと
Yeah, the cutscenes have
雪の日の夕刻の情景が浮かんでいたのだと思う。ブライアロードの歩道に倒れ伏した若い女性とその背に刺さった狂人。
Knife in her back?
ガス灯の明かりが柔らかく切り取った奇怪な事件現場の情景。不可解な姿なき犯人の事件は薄い霧の中静かに幕を開けたのだった。
Back in the Chief Justice office. Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo? No, not at all. It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious, I felt like we were staying in a palace. And with all the gas lights twinkling, it was brighter than day even in the middle of the night. What about the enormous beds? After my time on the SS Boya, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. Spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. Oh yes, it really was the sort of night you can only dream of normally. Except, when I learned that we owed £3 for the rooms, that dream quickly turned into a nightmare. Oops, sorry about that. Building was so impressive, entrance so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking. In a lodging house in Japan, that sum of money will put your roof over your head for a whole year. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill. Ugh, I really am sorry. Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodging straight away though. If you're not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less. Ugh, London is a scary place. Good morning to you at this early hour. Hold on, I'm also looking at Discord. Okay, I guess that's all. Oh, yes. Well, what's still scary, Jin? The clock tower. Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday. London. Yeah, maybe. Yes, I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation into British courtroom practices. Oh, yes, it was very eye-opening, thank you. And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end. Yes, I've already been apprised of events. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed. Oh, no longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. My country is delighted to welcome young talent from such a remote eastern land. Thank you very much. So, I'm a lawyer now. Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem. Another case? Already? Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience. I'm sure I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I? It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it. Oh yes, Big Hero, his exam was to get to defend the guy I just defended the day before and pass and like get him a not guilty verdict. So it went through perfectly, I guess. What's to come to terms with? The man was cleared. What more were you hoping for? The music for this area is like very imposing and like slightly scary. Table slam. The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Nah, this is just a flashback. I just can't help wondering if Mr. McGooded really was innocent. Mr. Naruhodo, it's just that I never managed to ascertain the truth. And then the trial ended. Well, you needn't let it trouble you for a second longer. Sorry? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? Magnus McGooded passed away immediately following the trial. Ooh, so he died in the omnibus. Mr. McGooded is dead. I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk. I don't understand. What happened? How can he be dead? After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom. Yes, of course, that was the scene of the crime which Mr. McGooded had been accused of. Precisely. Well, while the Bailey's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames. No. How could such a thing have happened? The lawyer's evil? No, not. Wait, what? Oh, I mean this guy. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? That is being investigated as we speak, but already, the police have identified a corpse found inside the charred shell of the carriage as that of McGooded. You mean Van? Oh, he is not a lawyer, he's a prosecutor. In these games, prosecutors and lawyers are two different things. Lawyers are always on the defending side, and prosecutors are always on the attacking side to prosecute. That's awful, and the prosecutor is probably not a bad guy. Usually they're never bad guys. Usually. Since cannot convict him, he rolled out judgment. Nah, that can't be the case, Jin. The man must have slipped inside while the Bailey's attention was elsewhere. The Bailey really needs to pay attention. That is also being investigated as we speak. Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, Mr. McGooded did mention going back into the courtroom to look at the omnibus. Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. Sorry? What inspection? I'm going to examine the omnibus again, so I told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. An inspection of the omnibus? Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage. But then who was Mr. McGilder talking about? Never mind that now. The Yard is making a thorough investigation. This matter is no longer any concern of yours. Leave it to the police. British court. So, how did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court? Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, it was wow. Mr. Naruhodo means that the whole experience was steeped in the solemnity of Great Britain's long history. It's really a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old. Wow, Susato-san has such a way with words. And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones. Burn. The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can. The most advanced in the world, is it? It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair. Bro, that's a simple one. As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose. I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple. So he means you can't lose because the guy will tamper with the evidence to make sure he's not guilty. The circumstances of the case were so incriminating, I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favourable verdict. Is something funny? No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent. Wouldn't you agree? Well, I don't know about that. Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations, I freely admit. That much is at least an undeniable truth, which is precisely why I have prepared the new case for you that I mentioned before. What's going on? What was he going to say before? Wait, what? Oh, ... Okay. New case. Could you perhaps give us more details about the new case you mentioned? Don't tell me it's a murder and the trial starts in 10 minutes. Just like the previous one. Don't worry, it's nothing so alarming or quite so as urgent as your last assignment. In fact, this case is completely different. Oh, I see. Wait, did he just read my mind? That is to say, no one has died. As yet. And the trial will not be today. There is plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise. So the trial's tomorrow then. Is everything alright? Oh yes, I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was... well, it's left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't know if I could face standing in that courtroom again after Mr. McGilder's trial. Ah yes, I nearly forgot. There is one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there is currently no one to advocate for the defense. Oh. If the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. And if that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome. The most terrible end awaits the defendant. Yes, that's right. Here we go again. Your time is up. You will have to excuse me. I would advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. There is now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until the court sits. Last time he mentioned the 23 hours, he said there was plenty of time. And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There's something I should like to ask you. Oh, what's that? Yesterday, you remarked upon something. That you intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would be interested to hear exactly what you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds. Oh, well, Kazuma always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world worked, so he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I would like to work towards that myself. And there's another thing. Oh! Another thing? Continue. On the way here on the steamship, he said something to me. There's something very important that I have to do. Wait. That's Asogi's voice, whatever. Something very important. And what exactly would that be? He never had a chance to tell me. I suppose he would have done if he ever... Oh my god. Cut short. If he ever make it to Great Britain. You're out of time. Well, thank you for an enlightening discussion. Mr. Naruhodo, what's all this about? Mr. Asogi once never mentioned anything of the sort to me. I urge you both to focus your attention on the matter at hand. I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. He will be able to appraise you of the details. How long has he been there? So, I wish you the best of luck and bid you farewell. There's something very important I have to do, Kazuma-sama. What did you mean? I wish I knew, but honestly, he never told me. Anyway, we had better talk to the detective, don't you think? Yes, you're right. I hope I'm just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. Is he eating potato fries? Or okra and croquettes? Oh my god. Look at that skill, he just squeezes the cone out and suddenly a whole new fresh potato comes out. This guy's a magician. What do you think? Lovely weather, isn't it? What's the weather got to do with anything? Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. Some frippery about the weather doesn't get every English gem eating out of your hand, you know? Yes, big hero, infinite food hack. You don't even need to spend any money on this. You know how godly that one hand power is. Susato's got me a foolproof. Oh! Though, look at the way he's eating. It's a bit like a bird if you think about it. Nom 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 nom. Especially the way he bites. Yum 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 yum. Yum 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 yum. Infinite food hack. Just squeeze the newspaper, yeah. There's a crime scene to investigate, but I'm here having to give the likes of you a talking to. Oh, I'm ever so sorry. Can you imagine what the other officers there will be saying? Haven't seen Gregson anywhere, have you? No, he's too busy with the big wigs these days. And all because of some bumpkin who's here on a jaunt from a country I've never even heard of. Oh no. Bro, the potatoes and fries never did anything to you. Please, give it a chance. Don't. They don't deserve it. Okay, go back to eating, that's better. Hear that ripping sound? That's my reputation at the yard going to tatters. Holy crap, he really has like infinite potatoes. There's no need to rip us apart as well. I don't believe we've been introduced. Fish and chips. You're right. I keep thinking it's a potato and a croquette. Like fries and a croquette, but it's actually probably fish and chips. This is Britain after all. Oh, I never considered that, Big Hero. This is Munosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it? Oh my god. She just changed her conversation topic. It is unseasonably fine, I grant you. London winters don't see a lot of sunshine. Unbelievable, how did she pull that off? So, Lord Strongheart has asked me to fill you in on the case. The name's Tobias Gregson. Inspector Gregson to you. I'm from Scotland Yard. Is there a pun in his name? Tobias Gregson, I don't think so. Gregson? Inspector Gregson? What's the matter, Mr. Sato-san? Does this detective name mean something to her? Inspector, are you perhaps... Oh wait, let me look at his profile. Hey, you got it. He's stern and single-minded in his approach and a great lover of fish and chips. Big Hero, you're right. 100% right. Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson? Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Refill. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Reload. It's like freaking time crisis. You just release the pedal to reload. Reload. You're acting like you know this man, Mr. Sato, but he's a London detective. Oh, I don't know him. Very well, in fact. Very well? Yes, he features prominently in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Oh, in that publication. What's it called again? Ranced Magazine? That's right. Inspector Gregson and Mr. Holmes enjoy a wonderful friendly rivalry. Really? You rival the great Mr. Holmes? That's incredible. Oh, well, I don't know about that. Mr. Holmes isn't a professional like myself, of course, but he does come up with the goods from time to time. Mr. Holmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. Gregson is the pick of a bad lot. The pick of a bad lot of all the Scotland Yarders. So he's like the top of the shit. The best of the worst. Wow. That's his highest praise. Well, Mr. Holmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see. That he is not, and I'm low on that tree. Thanks to that magazine, my name's known all over London town now. Okay, let me charge my controller. Plug in. Okay, charging. That's great, isn't it? I have to admit that to start with, I was a little, well, flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand, and my reputation at the yard went through the roof. Now that's wonderful. No, it is not. There's nothing more sinister than the man on the street. My god, the fish and chips are dying again. People are always looking at me now. They're whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure. Rumors? Are you quite sure? He's changed since he started appearing in those stories. The fame's gone to his head. Stuff like that. Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you? Like I said, they whisper. So I can't catch exactly what they're saying. But I know what folk are like. I'm sure that's what they're saying. As sure as eggs is eggs. I get a feeling that this detective could be very hard work. Oh dear. Perhaps a sudden rise to fame does change people. Okay, now time for the case. So, about the case that the Lord Chief Justice mentioned before. Nothing to tell really. As far as we're concerned at the yard, it couldn't be simpler. Oh dear, that probably means... As far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated. Very correct. I wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right. A young woman was walking along the pavement on Braille Road when she was stabbed from behind. Fortunately, it wasn't fatal, but she's still laid up in the hospital, unconscious. That's despicable! What sort of coward would attack the poor woman from behind? I suppose you would have finished whoever it was off with a Susato takedown, would you? That is neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo. Brace yourself, Ryunosuke, you have angered her now. Anyway, after something of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. He barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest. So, there must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit? Perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question? Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one. Sorry? There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now. Why ever not? Simple. The prosecutor that's been assigned to the trial tomorrow is Lord Baroque Van Zeeks. No! Sounds like you've heard of him then. Oh yes, we are very familiar with Lord Van Zeeks. Believed to be the harbinger of death itself. The Reaper of the Bailey. Maybe I'll turn a tap to check on other people. Okay, these guys have finished hunting Monster Hunter. Mr. McGildet told us about him before the trial, didn't he? When Van Zeeks stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. This Reaper of the Bailey nickname, I suppose he's earned that because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty. Is that it? Nah. Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty. And what of it? Oh, well, I think that means even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant. No, you really don't have a clue, do you? What do you mean? Wait, he just kept the fish and chips in his pockets. Yikes. What happened to the bloke in the end, eh? He's dead. Ah. Magnus McGildet came a cropper in the omnibus when it went up in flames. Oh my god, he really kept the fish and chips in his pocket. Oh no! Yes, big hero! Oily! Oh! So you can't rightly say you saved the defendant, can you? What? What are you saying? Look, if Van Zeeks could get the dirt to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. But that's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles, he works magic. Black magic. And the fish and chips came out of nowhere. I'd have a good long think about that if I were you. Yes, Jin, the pocket is another dimension. It's the Doraemon pocket. I swear. Maybe at the table below. No. I do not believe that. Right. Well, I filled you in as requested and I'm very nearly out of chips. So I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. We're still carrying out a few investigations there. It was Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place. You never seen anyone eat like that. Maybe that's how they tapao in do takeaways in the older days of Britain. Especially for fish and chips. You never know. That's correct, ma'am. And if ever head over to holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself. You have branded him a criminal already? He's as good as shaking like a leaf in his cell, he is. It'll give you a chuckle if nothing else. Just now he's eating as if eating ice cream. Somewhat. He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer and he'll show you the way. Inmate 53? Thank you. So there's no helping anyone against the Reaper of the Bailey, they say. If I'm honest, I'm still waiting for the shock of yesterday's event myself. I am your judicial assistant. Yes, let's go! Move. Shall we go to the investigation site first or to the prison cells? It doesn't matter, so we can usually choose whichever. In the end, we have to go to the other before things can continue. Y'all want the prisoner or the murder scene first? Jin wants crime first. How about you, big hero? Any opinions? Crime. Okay, let's do it. Briar Road. February 19th. So this is where it happened. Briar Road. Ah! Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Look at the regulation metal helmet. It's unmistakable. The men of Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak. That is their job, you know. But Mr. Naruhodo, to see one with my own eyes. They're often depicted in the adventure of Sherlock Holmes, but I never dreamt I'd ever come this close to a real Bobby's helmet. What? The helmet? Of course. I have to try one on someday. Well, I hope your happy dream comes true. I don't see Inspector Gregson anyway. Shall we see if we can sneak past and investigate the scene of the stabbing? Helmet fetish. Yikes. I don't know, I'll set one of them and be head-butted by the helmet. English Bobby will never do such a thing. This is a land of gentlemen. You'll be clapped in irons if you wander too close. He already got arrested twice, and twice is enough. Twice I found myself in handcuffs despite not knowing a thing about what was going on. It's that wide-eyed look of panic you're so prone to. It does you no favours at all. Snowman. Hehe, what a delightful snowman. I didn't realize the English had a tradition of making snowmen as well. It looks a little creepy though. There is a scarf, look. You need one if you're out in this freezing cold all the time. I wish I had one. I'm afraid our budget is somewhat frozen at the moment too. We certainly can't afford a scarf. Surely the snowman here wouldn't miss his. But the person who made the snowman certainly would. Yes, I know, you're right. Anyway, even if I borrowed it wouldn't do much to warm my neck, would it? It's covered in snow. Oh, this is Scotland Yard carriage. They use vehicles like that to rush to crime scenes and cut away criminals. Cut. Monster Hunter. You're very well informed, are you? Aren't you? Was it aren't you? Yeah, aren't you? It's long been a dream of mine to write one of those through the streets of London. Well, just pick a stone and throw it through one of the windows then. And get arrested. But that would mean being arrested in order to write it. Wouldn't it? Still, if it's the only way, help me find a good stone. No, I wasn't serious. This patch of pavement must be where the incident occurred. Yes, it's a very wide open space, isn't it? Oi! What are you foreigners doing here? Oh, we, just investigating the scene, officer. Conspiring that moustache fella from Japan, are ya? Conspiring? Come here to destroy evidence, have ya? Get out of here before I give you an idling. Go on! He shooed us away like rats. Yes, we should give him a wide berth, I think. Is there anything else to investigate? I guess I can investigate the streets. There are piles of snow on the pavement here and there, but the road itself is covered in carriage tracks. Slipped over when I was walking down the road earlier. A rather small concern. Do you see all the black smoke rising from the chimneys over there? It says here that in Great Britain, many people heat their homes in winter using coal. The only chimneys I really remember seeing in Japan were on top of the bathhouse. Do you think some of those houses could be on fire? Not at all. Well, even so, that much thick smoke billowing up to the heavens is surely going to turn the whole sky black sooner or later. Gosh, you may be right about that. Okay, I'm done with everything on the right side of the screen. Time for the left. That's a rather typical old brick building, long and interesting history. Alright, the pillar at the corner there is cracking. Well, global warming started here. It's time to blame Britain. The English did it again. These damn colonizers. You must find some cheap lodging ourselves as soon as possible. Bicycle, oh my god, it's bent. Oh, a British bicycle, look. You know, the wheels are misshapen, I'm sure it couldn't be ridden anymore. There's even a movement to change women's dress to allow them to ride. Any occupation that involves taking both your feet off firm ground seems reckless. You'll have to hire a bicycle sometime. You can sit behind me while I ride you around. Oh, look at the windows of that building there. Are you sure they're windows? Yes, but they're filled in with bricks. Oh, you're right. I wonder why. Perhaps it's an empty property where nobody lives at the moment. Yeah, why the bricks? I don't know. So much to learn about this place. Oops, I already clicked on that. No, skip. Yeah, I saw this. The clouds look so big and heavy in the sky, don't they? And with the dense fog as well, everything looks hazy. Well, it's known as Foggy London Town. I can just make out some sort of fire through the fog. Look, it looks like it's still being built though. Aha, yes, that must be the Crystal Tower being built for the great exhibition that's to open in 6 months' time. Apparently it's going to be very striking, placed on all sides and the symbolic centerpiece of the exhibition. I feel like I have investigated everything here for the time being. Yeah, seems like it. So what this means is it's time to move over to the prison. Yup, that's a jail. Local prisons, cell number 9. Oh, these are the British prison cells. Oh, they're ghastly. It feels just like a dungeon. Yes, and having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. Apparently our client is in this cell here, but it's so dark at the back there I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like. Kinky. Inmate 53. Your legal representative is here to save you. To see you. Stop hiding at the back of the cell and show your face at once. Am I a cat? As yet with no name? Calling me by number, it's utterly, unbelievably, unjustly reasonable. I refuse to answer. Mr. Naruhodo, what? What do you think is going on here? I have no idea, but I wasn't just hearing things, was I? That tirade of complaints was in Japanese. Nihongo desu ka? Holy crap, he does not look very Japanese. Okay, a little bit. Sumimasen, dareka, and shh, urusai. I can't do this part in Japanese on my own. They're all around, hiding. I know they are. They're watching, listening, even now. I can sense it. Hi! There you are, you've come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try to hide it. You're a ghost. A ghost? You mean you know how I'm prisoner-san? Are you Japanese by any chance? Yeah, the eyebrow. One eyebrow is up. Huh? Nani? This is... Korewa? This is beyond my wildest dreams. I thought he was going to say this is Japanese. Forgive me for the outburst before. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's fine. We're just a little surprised, that's all. Imagine it! It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown. And here I am, in a frightful fix in a foreign land. So, hearing the sweet, sentimental tones of a compatriot's voice here in this damp, dark hellhole was, holy crap, what's he doing? Most monumentally moving moment! Who could have guessed that this new current Lord Strongheart assigned to us would turn out to be a fellow Nihonjin? Jojo! He's a Sentai. I was thinking Super Sentai as well. What compassion my fellow countrymen show. To dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student. Wait, he's a student? Oh yeah, he hasn't introduced himself, right? Shit! Noble, nurturing, never failing Nippon. Go V. A first class lawyer? Oh dear, I think there's been something of a misunderstanding here. I wonder, could you be so kind to tell us what's happened? Why we've been detained as a suspect, for example? Yes, I can, I will. I guess in Japanese it'd be like, hi, dekiru. Shen, stay sullen and silent. My god, he has so many henshin poses. I'm not sure what quite sure what I understand by I understand what he means, but he seems happy. Yes, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. I am a lawyer, as you can see. As you said. Watashi no namae wa Naruhodo Ryunosuke. Does he need to talk like that in court later? I think he will, if he speaks. Watashi wa Naruhodo-san no judicial assistant. Mikotoba Susato. Watashi wa visiting student. Sent here about what Ryugakse. I don't know how to say government. Sent here about government. Notably notoriously named Natsume Soseki. He does not look like a student. I swear it's a mustache. Natsume Soseki-san. What an unusual name. Call me Soseki, please. I'm a poet, you see. A writer of haiku. It's something of a nom de plume. A nom de plume? You mean an alias? Alias? That's right. No, don't be so prosaic. It's much more refined than that. And haiku? That really reminds me of home. Did I hear you say that you're a visiting student sent over here by the government? Right. So desu ka. 1年前 then I was told to go study English. Something 英語を勉強する no, 勉強した First I discovered a misery and now this. It's beyond the pale. Did you not want to study here? No, I mean I've had interest in Great Britain for some years, of course. But just because the government tells you to do something doesn't mean you can do it. No. What do you mean? If they told me to study English literature, that I could have understood. That's my field. But no, they told me to study the English language. Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. Yeah, good morning, Sento. I see. Thanks for shouting out Kada. Yeah, Jin, English language and English literature are not the same thing. Oh, hi Kenji. Only the other day, I was told to send a report about my first year here. I tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise words on whitewashi. I'm quite sure this part is him like speaking in haiku in the Japanese version, but in the English version they don't have that. Bitch could do both at once. That's true. Must be a man of great standing. Hi, lurking still. Gotta research for debate tomorrow. Okay, thanks Kenji. All the best for your debate. Make sure to be like, every time when the guy is done, you'll be like, thank you for that amazing display of mediocrity. And then you start making your point. Become a master debater. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. So often I'm told, wait, what is it? Man of good standing. And often like to be told, it seems. Could you perhaps tell us exactly why you've been arrested, Soseki-san? I didn't do it! I didn't commit the atrocious murder! Hontoni! Tutto dekinai! Satsujin? Oh, no. No, it's alright. The woman didn't actually die, did she? But she was stabbed with a knife right before my eyes. Before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker? I didn't see anyone. What? If I'd seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here? Oh dear, it seems this case is becoming rather complicated. Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed right in front of me? It's the curse of London. It's incredibly, exclusively, irritatingly inconvenient. So they've gone with alliteration instead of a haiku, I believe. I don't know. So Sasaki-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker. It's vital that we find out more about the case. It was an accursed evening just after the snow had started to clear with heavy fog. Been to the bookshop to buy some books, and I was on my way back to my accursed lodgings. Sure, the bookshop wasn't accursed too. At the end of this conversation, he better summon a familiar. I know, like Satan or some demon is going to be summoned soon. He just needs to like do 2 more enchantment chants, I guess. Summoning chants. Or channeling. And as I was walking along the accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. Yabai ne. How terrible. What's it called? No, it's not really Taihin desu ne. Okay, yabai desu ne. Yabai desu ne. I called out to a woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, goldish green graveyard. Okay, he has like 1 or 2 more poses before the demon comes out. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs could carry me back to my accursed lodging. That's not good. They always say it was shameful, I know, to run away like that. Tell me, Soseki-san, was the victim an acquaintance of yours? Don't be ridiculous. Husaken-dayo! Do you think I know any of this fair-haired English? And a young woman at that? I'm diffident, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people. Okay, so these guys are freaking hikikomori. Jin, you think she fainted of heart condition? I don't know. I see. A young woman, unknown to Soseki-san. And at the time it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anybody pass you? Regrettably, apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul. No one? Oh great. So the victim was unknown to you, and there was nobody else on the street at the time. Junen hayain dayo. What? Junen? I have no idea what Kada is trying to say. That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it? What conundrum? "10 years early? Maybe? I don't know. It's something I can't explain. He says that he didn't know the victim and there was no one else at the scene. Then he apparently fled without having been seen. I did! But if that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit. You! What did you just say? Nothing. I didn't say anything. Oops. Perfect, I thought that a little loudly. Actually, that's not what was troubling me. What I was thinking was, How did Soseki-san actually come to be arrested? Sorry? He didn't touch the victim and there was nobody at the scene to see him. So how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place? Oh yes, she's right. It was him. That accursed great detective. He led the police to me. Uh-oh, is that Sherlock Holmes? Of all the bad luck, accursed great detective? Could it be? I shall never forget the man's name as long as I live. With his haughty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness. Brash, big-headed busybody, be gone. May you be cursed until the end of your days. Sherlock Holmes. Yes, the Sherlock Holmes theme song. I knew it. Mr. Holmes? Sherlock has been summoned. You think what? Like fate grand order? He's like a servant. Well, I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure. It was the morning after that nightmare had unfolded on the pavement before me. I was gnawing on a sliver of hard cheese when some man suddenly burst through the door. Custer class. They started shouting at me. Korewa... Is it Keisatsu? Yeah, Keisatsu. Bukiyo... Something... Hanasenai. Put the weapon down. Thanks for the luck, Sento. Yes, it was a thin sliver and it was hard. But I wasn't eating a weapon. Disgusting, dietary discrimination devils. You clearly had a trying morning yesterday. And there he was, in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire, one of them, Cheshire cat. That Sherlock Holmes. It's actually just Sherlock Holmes. He's English. I've since found out that he's a famous name in detection here in London. Yes, you may not... What's detective again? Oh crap, Tante, correct. You may not Tante. この大探偵がずっと有名. And his overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts apparently. He thinks I'm a knife-wielding madman. Me, this weak, stooped kitten of a man. I wonder what great deduction process led him to this conclusion this time. Do you mean to say that Mr. Show's deduction was the only reason the police arrested you? That would be really most unreasonable. Well, the thing is, I was thrown into panic when they barged their way in. Of course you were, that's only natural. I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing question after question at me. In impossible English. Yeah, he keeps talking about how weak he is. Deflecting. Finish foreign film flummery. Well, we are in England, we can't really blame them for questioning you in English. Good point, but my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. So I just kept repeating things like, yes I do, and I am fine. The next thing I knew I was in manacles. And before I knew it, I was thrown in here. Oh dear, I'm afraid that's hardly surprising. I'm fine? It's not fine now. Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Hold on, I'm actually very curious about one thing. Look at those eyes of his. They're quite creepy actually. Oh, you can just call me Naruhodo. Yeah, crazy eyes, I know. And when we're speaking English, a simple Mr. is more than enough. Misuta Naruhodo. Oh, yes, alright. Yes, they've really got to me. This country is poisoning my mind. But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. You can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you? Well, why? Oh, Doshte! Why is it so hard to say yes to me? Doshte! Hi, no, Hana, say something. Dekiru. Not dekinai. Well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself on a study tour. Huh? A student? I have defended a case in the Old Bailey. Only the one, though. But at this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to be believed in. I'm confused about what justice this country even means. What justice in this country even means, yeah. Yes, Tenshi, what's with the WTF? Oh, Naruhodo-san. I'm not even a foreign student who was supposed to be here. I'm sort of a locum lawyer, I suppose. But that armband! That's the mark of a defense lawyer from our great empire. It's a keepsake from the man who should have been here. He was my best friend. A keepsake? I know exactly what they're saying about me. Oh, who do you mean? The lawyers. Oh, the British defense lawyers. They won't defend me. Goodness, why do you say that? For the same reasons as you noted before. When it happened, there was only the victim and myself around, and I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though I must be the culprit. It must be very hard for you, Sasaki-san. And anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them. Someone not to be trusted. I heard them openly laughing about me before, in my earshot, without any compunction at all. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, he said. And of course the foreigner did it. Baka gaijin! They had even had a gall to say, the man doesn't even understand half of what's being said anyway. That's awful. You're wrong. I study more English than half of the policemen out there on the streets. I've travelled halfway around the world to learn about this people's country and its great history. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. So, at the very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. You could do it, couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through. Sasaki-san, it's just that... Give me a little time, please. I'll do what I can for the time being. What do you mean? We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, it will give us a much better chance, I'm sure. Oh yes. Hi, arigato gozaimashita. I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you. Welcome student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. We should be going there, Mr. Naruhodo. Wait, no, Naruhodo-san. We have a case to prepare for. Wow, that was pretty wild. Back to Briar Road. This guy and his fish and chips. What's the Japanese delegation doing here? Oh, Inspector Gregson. This isn't on the tourist trail, as I'm fairly sure you're well aware. Yes, of course. We're here to investigate. So you've been to the holding cells then? What do you make of the criminal? He's not a criminal as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect. Huh. Let's see about that. You Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. Well, do what you will, it doesn't bother me. The bloke's in court tomorrow, whatever happens, and the verdict's a foregone conclusion. Fish and chips ice cream. No, gin. Stone cold air of rejection. Take heart! London at this time of the year is full of stone cold air. Okay, wait, I'm just looking at Kaizo's stream to see how things are going. That makes it worse somehow. Tell me about Scotland Yard, Inspector. Ever since I read about it in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I've been fascinated by the place. The Yard is the most sophisticated policing organisation you'll find anywhere in the world, ma'am. Oh, and you know, I've always dreamt of wearing a real Bobby's helmet. It does make them look the part. Seeing that policeman there with his helmet on, you certainly get a sense that this is a man who will take no nonsense in his duty of protecting the city. Oh yes, doesn't he look wonderful? Being a London Bobby is hard going, I can tell you. Oh, really? First thing in the morning, you know what he does? Goes around and rouses all the labourers on his beat so they can get off to work. What? He wakes people up? Yep. Raps on their windows with a long pole. Did it myself going back a bit. I had no idea. The Bobby works for the people of the town. It's just another one of his duties. After that, he starts tirelessly patrolling the streets all day long. He has to cover 20 miles a day. They're freaking in Britain, they don't use miles over here. Use kilometers, god damn it. This is the regulation distance. I can't really imagine how far that is, but it sounds like a long way. Let me see. 20 miles, that's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama. Huh? Are you telling me Yokohama is that close to Tokyo? I mean, that far? It felt a lot closer. On foot? That's definitely taking things a step too far. And when it gets dark, of course, he has the important job of lighting all the gas street lamps. Oh my. And I suppose in between all of those duties, Bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well, and chase after criminals trying to evade the law. I'm not sure you could call it in between exactly, more alongside, but yes, they are expected to handle those jobs as well. We do have men killing over from time to time, I admit. I always dream of wearing one of those helmets, as I said, but it's with a heavy heart that I will have to relinquish that dream to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Your heavy heart will be my heavy head if you do. It happened at around 5 in the evening 2 days ago, just on the pavement. The victim, young woman, was stabbed with a blade from behind. I never said she was a lady. Truth is, unless she comes around pretty smart-ish, we won't be able to find out much about her at all. Here's a map of local area I happen to have on me, you can take it if you want. It's Yard policy to give lawyers defending suspects the odd bit of information to go on. Anyway, as far as we know, there was no one else on the scene other than the victim and your fellow countrymen. So who did it, do you think? Not much of a head scratcher, is it? I know Mr. Natsune is also claiming not to have seen anyone else around, but just because he didn't see anyone, it doesn't mean we can be sure that nobody else is present. I'm sorry to have to tell you, but we most certainly can be sure. How? Because, ma'am, the precise moment of the stabbing didn't go unnoticed. It... what? With two very reliable witnesses, no less. It was a typical foggy London day and your client obviously didn't see them. There were witnesses now? Let's have a look at the court record. This is not helpful at all. Wow, he's 33 years old. Okay, he does look that age, but he only got sent here 1 year ago, so he was 32. Yikes. Slightly old. Who are these ministers, Inspector? Fellow and his wife. The man is one of the most reliable and respected citizens in all of London. He's a copper from Scotland Yard. A policeman? That might change things. And this policeman just happened to be there at the exact moment the woman was attacked. Nothing peculiar about that, man. Part and parcel of being a Bobby. Catching them bang in the act and all that. You might make it possible for us to ask that policeman a few questions. Be my guest, you can ask him what you like. In court tomorrow. Sherlock Holmes. Why are you bringing him up for? Was it something I said? The colour has drained from his cheeks. Who did you hear that name from? Oh well, it was Mr. Natsume who mentioned it. He said that Holmes was with the police when they entered his lodgings. Result of one of Mr. Holmes' inspirational great deductions. Fiddle faddle! The man's an amateur and I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his mug everywhere. Oh. I don't know where he gets his information from, but he turns up at the scene of the crime, wanders around spotting incomprehensible rubbish, and before you know it, he claims to have solved the case. Yes, he's quite astounding, isn't he? He's a great help to Scotland Yard though, isn't he? Gabble gabble. Ever seen this before? Oh yes, that's Run's magazine. A wonderful publication in which the adventures of Sherlock Holmes appears. Yes, well, that wonderful publication, as you put it, sees fit to include several of the Yard's detectives in its stories. And the so-called great detective makes a mockery of all of us. If you ask anyone at the Yard, it's a misadventure to be included in any Sherlock Holmes tale at all. Well, I suppose there is an element of that. We work our socks off, and every last one of us, only to be flung by the public thanks to that obnoxious detective. That man's as dangerous to us at Scotland Yard as he is to all our criminals. That really can't be true, can it, Inspector? Clearly the great detective and the police have a complex relationship. The twitchy Japanese bloke goes on trial tomorrow. Are you going to defend him or not? Makes no difference to me, but I will just say this. No London lawyer worth his salt would touch that case with a barge pole. Because the prosecutor is being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey, you mean? There's no way to save the man now. It's a waste of time trying. It's all a bit strange though. Sorry? The Reaper. He hasn't appeared in court once for a good few years. Yes, we did hear something to that effect. And the only people he usually bothers with are the real scum, the master criminals, the violent ones. Master criminals? The violent ones? That's right. He handpicks his victims, only deals with those guaranteed to go to the gallows for their sins. But Mr. Natsume wouldn't hang for what he's accused of, surely? That's just my point, Sunshine. Yes, the young woman was dead, but it didn't kill her. Couldn't even say the intent was there. So this isn't the sort of case I'd be expecting the Reaper to want to sink his teeth into, for want of a better phrase. Minor infection. What sort of reason, Inspector? You think I can tell what's going on inside the head of the Lord of Darkness? If you're asking yourself at tomorrow's trial. The Lord of Darkness, as he puts it. We must speak with him about this. By him you mean Mr. Holmes? Yes, the Mr. Sherlock Holmes, exactly. Look at those shining eyes. You can't wait, can you? No idea of the man's address. It's Baker Street. But how do you know that? It's in the stories, of course. 221B Baker Street, the most famous address in the world. Oh, I see. Well, there's nothing to stop us from going, I suppose. I'll summon a carriage. So we're at the reunion already with the great detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Ooh, cutscene. Anime.
そこの2階でございます。それでは。どうも。ここがホームズさんの事務所なのですね。
And this is his house. Mr. Sherlock Holmes. And there is Iris Watson's Wilson, whatever, her area. Is it as described in the stories, Miss Susato? Susato-san. She's fangirling. Many famous cases have been solved here in this very room. Oh, I suppose they must have been, yes. Romanticism. Soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. Oh, do we have a visitor? Ta-da! Hello! Is it a big new case from Mr. Holmes? Hello? Wait, aren't you? Oh, how rude of me. I'll go and make some tea at once. Yes, Kada, what's with the what? I'm sure it's the same girl. Miss Susato, did you see the girl who was just here? Oh yes, isn't it truly extraordinary to think that the King of Bohemia came to this very room to ask Mr. Holmes to take on his case? The King of Bohemia? King William Gottfried Sigismund von Ormstein, whatever the hell you pronounce that. Of course. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Forget the adventures of Sherlock Holmes for a moment and look over there. The tea is good, and I have a freshly baked cake as well. Ah, it's you! I knew it. Susato recognizes her too. Little girl with a bazooka. I've never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Poor you! Having to get straight to work when only just arrived in London. Oh yes, it was challenging. Well, try this tea. It's my special blend, you know? Oh, thank you. Is tea supposed to look that colour? Oh my, what a fragrant yet mellow flavour. Hooray! It's a winner! I tried blending different beers designed to alleviate fatigue, you see? You must be exhausted after your long voyage here. You must have another ticklish trial tomorrow. You have another ticklish trial tomorrow. Oh, and you're here to defend the Japanese man. I do wish you lots and lots of luck. Did Mr. Sholmes tell you about us by any chance? Oh, you know Hurley, do you? Oh my god, she calls him Hurley. Hurley? Mr. Sholmes to you, surely? Mr. Sholmes was a fellow passenger on the boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see? Was he really? Well, I had no idea. I'm afraid Hurley's out on an errand again today, even though he's just returned from overseas. Wait a minute. We've met this girl for the first time ever yesterday after a trial. After the trial and only briefly at that. How on earth does she know so much about us? Did she deduce all those things, do you think? And perhaps more to the point, why is she here in Mr. Sholmes' suite? Oh, silly me. I haven't introduced myself, have I? It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. I live here together with Hurley. Ah, Iris, is it? What a lovely name. What? What's the matter? No, wait, this can't be. Did you say that your name is Wilson? What's the matter with Shackles? Why is she so flustered all of a sudden? Yes, that's right. And what are your names? Oh, I'm Naruhodo Rinosuke. Nihon no Bengoshi. Oh, sorry. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Mikotoba Susato. It's wonderful to meet you. Lovely. Susie and Runo. Got it. Susie and Runo. There's more to this girl than meets the eye. I have so many questions for her, I don't even know where to start. Yes, and so do I. It was you that we went into yesterday at the Old Bailey. Yes, that's right. You're ever so helpful. Thank you so much. We did have a rather large gun pointed at us. Like this? Ow! Ah, getting back now. You left with Miss Lestrade in tow, didn't you? Oh yes, the awkward witness, Gina Lestrade. Oh, Ginny? Yeah, she's a professional pickpocket. So we found out. Murder child. I know, right? She's freaking pointing a bazooka at us. As you can see, the camera slowly moving. That's my drifting thumbstick. Stop drifting. Oh, it's moving down. It's moving down. Love me or else. Yeah, now it stopped. Wait. Zoom out. Are you referring to a trial disrupting gun-like contraption? Exactly, so I followed her, you see, to get it back. Perhaps I should think about fitting a self-destruct mechanism in my inventions. This girl is dangerous. Love me or else. Anyway, I brought Ginny back here after that. So she could apologize to my trusty technician. Sorry, your technician? Hurley, of course, silly. She is Klee from Genshin. Possibly, she's just a tiny little destructive being. Sherlock Holmes, we live here together. I had no idea the great detective had such an interesting young daughter. Daughter? Not likely. What? I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I? Well then, what is your relationship with Mr. Holmes? Well, I expect you found out that lodgings of any kind in London are very expensive. So the solution is to share the cost with a partner, a roommate. You are roommates? I hope you don't mind me asking Iris, but how old are you? 10 at last this year. Well, what of your mother and father? Oh no, they're not around. Oh, I see. I wonder what the story is there. The theme song is like so happy-go-lucky. She has a degree in medicine and is the author of a popular series of short stories. Oh yes, there's something I must ask you. Of course, go ahead, Susie. Oh, you have a copy of Run's magazine. Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship. Oh, this is so exciting. My stories are being read on the other side of the world. My stories? That's right. Hurley is always solving such amazing cases, you see, and he tells me all about them. They really are quite fascinating. It would be such a shame if I was the only one who ever heard them, don't you think? Goodness. Last night he was telling me all about a new case he just solved on a steamship, travelling from a far away land. So I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came. So you are the author? Yes, I'll let you in on a secret if you like. I'm going to call this latest adventure the Speckled Band. The Speckled Band? That's certainly very familiar. Of course, I always change one or two details in the stories here and there. This time, I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble. Oh, that was Mr. Sholmes' first thought as well, actually. Yes. And of course I know that a snake might not be a credible fit for the facts of the case exactly, but it's a story. Some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think. Don't you? So, do you mean to say, are the stories about Mr. Sholmes that are published in Run's magazine all written by me? Yes, on my wonderful and very modern typewriter. But all the stories I've ever read are written by a doctor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson. Chisato's getting more and more worked up. Ah yes, that's me. I mean, my name really is Wilson. But what about the doctor of medicine part? That's all true too. I am a doctor of medicine. No! At 10 years old! At 10 years old. Well, that's quite incredible. But... Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman. Ah, yes. I did alter the setting slightly for the stories to be more compelling. Oh. Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow. I suppose it does, yes. The whole world just fell apart. About to be 4. It's such a contrast from Watson being a military doctor. Yeah, and Susato is now fangirling a 10-year-old girl. Uh-oh. It's like, FBI, open up! How did you know there was a lawyer and that we just arrived in London? I mean... Yes. Oh, and we have a difficult trial tomorrow. How did you know all of that? Oh, that's what you mean? Please, tell us how you did it. Explain every detail. Of course, I'd be delighted, although there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin! Oh my god, her goggles. Iris Wilson is proud to present her logic and reasoning spectacular. First of all, I already knew that you were loyal, you know? After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber. But you also said that we only just arrived in London. How did you know that? I observed a passport and a travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket. Oh! So I was reasonably confident that you must have only just arrived in the country. And on top of that, you accepted a case against that particular prosecutor, telling me that you are unaware of London's court affairs. The Reaper of the Bailey? I walked right into that one, didn't I? And I noticed a red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. You were given that when you visited the local prison to meet with a suspect, weren't you? Earlier today? Ah. They use those stamps to keep a close eye on comings and goings, you see. I didn't realize. And a red stamp is only used for people visiting foreign inmates. So, that told me that even though you only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus McGilded, the two of you had cause to visit a foreign inmate at a local prison. However, neither of you was wearing a particularly sad expression on your face, so I concluded that the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or a relative. That led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case. I see. Yeah, she's good. But how could you have known that the trial is tomorrow? Well, having barely been home a few hours yesterday, Hurley solved yet another case. It obviously amused him. He told me he'd caught on a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling. A Japanese man? Well, clearly that must have been Mr. Natsume. Now, Rumo has that fancy Japanese sword. And I think your outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? Well, anyway, it was just clear to me that you both come from Japan yourselves. So I put two and two together and decided you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. And there was only one conclusion those facts could lead me to. You both came here to ask Hurley about the case. Impressive. There's a note on the mantelpiece that says the man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley is always stabbing his notes with a knife, you know. He is silly. That's all there is to it, really. Doctor of Medicine. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great deductions. Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct? They were spot on. That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction. You even managed a certain something of Mr. Sholmes' delivery. Oh well, I was just copying Hurley's style for that. This is really good news. You could tell us all about the case involving the Japanese man. You will, won't you, Iris? Please! So yesterday, Mr. Sholmes apprehended a Japanese man, you were saying? Yes! Hurley had just arrived back in London after his sea voyage. Police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene. Stabbed on a quiet street somewhere in town. Short, shifty looking stooped man ran away from the scene. Hurley used his great deductive powers to determine the man's address. It was a lodging room, very nearby. He went directly there with the police, and what did they find? A short, shifty looking stooped man shivering in fear. Mr. Sholmes' great deduction certainly hit the mark that time. Of course he did. He's a great detective. Still, that means the incident only occurred 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow is too soon for the trial, isn't it? Definitely. We have no time to investigate properly. Charlie says that London is rife with crime. Oh. Scotland Yard is doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it apparently. Oh dear, I hadn't realised the situation was so dire. That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases and trying the criminals in court. Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person. That's terrible. I suppose it's the harsh reality of the workings of the world's greatest justice system. I suppose it is, but in that case, don't hold out much hope. Thank you for answering so many of our questions. Very informative. Oh, you're most welcome. I've had so much fun. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the moment? As you guessed, we'd like to ask him some questions about this case as well. I expect Hurley is still investigating the scene. Mr. Nuts Ome? The man's lodging. If he leaves now, you'll probably catch him there. Anyways, do you know where these lodgings are? Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Did you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson when you were there? Yes, we know Inspector Gregson. Ah, goody. In that case, you'll give Grexy this from me, would you? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know. What is this? A 5-shilling piece and a postcard, it seems. It reads, "Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem." Please make the inspector help us. One thing I can say is that the dress that she wears looks very uncomfortable to be wearing actually. To be continued. Oh, that was tiring. I feel like I should take a break over here. I will go get some water. It's been almost 3 hours 45 minutes of non-stop talking. Be right back. Ugh. Does anyone want to play Monster Hunter? I don't mind stopping this for the night and I'll continue it tomorrow or something. The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. Ice Pakao, thanks for the look. It looks as though the police are still here, carrying on with the investigation. Perfect. So let's find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible. Yes, and let's see if he'll break from his chips to look at that silver tip that Iris gave him for us. Oh. Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment? We have this for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson. What? For me? From her ladyship? Her ladyship? Give that here, at once! Come on, head it over, that's for me! And the fish and chips are dying again in his hand. Ah! Don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? What was that coin exactly? It's a silver crown, obviously, but it's a lot more than that. It's, well, it's an appearance fee, that's what it is. An appearance fee? Oh, I see. That's right, for the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Her ladyship always rewards me a little financial reward for featuring me. Every time. Yes, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly. Of course, her using my name without my say, so does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still, never you mind that. So, what do you want to do then, huh? Obviously it's not a problem.
What are you going to say?
Knife-wielding mustached Japanese fellow. Oh god, he lives there directly. First floor of that house where that wreck of a bicycle is propped up. That is nearby indeed. Landlord is called John Garridepp. John Garridepp. Doesn't sound like a pun. If you see her again, make sure you give her ladyship my regards. You hear? I mean it. You tell her that Gregson sends his very best wishes. Oh, it's very smoky. I swear people are burning things nearby. Help you? Ah, yes. Would this be the residence of Mr. John Garridepp? Indeed it would, sir. And who may I say is calling? My name is Naruhodo Ryunosuke. Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Natsume Soseki. I believe he takes lodgings here. Oh my god, that maid. One moment please, I shall convey the message to Mr. Garridepp. Did you see that, Miss Susato? That was a real life English maid. I know. As I understand it, anyone of standing in English society employs a number of household staff. Why is there a cannon in the house? We need only to meet a butler and the experience will be complete. guy. Mid question mark. The uniform looks fairly ancient, doesn't it? Curly well looked after. Ooh, retirement bash. That's a full-size cannon! What's it doing in here? Oh my, it's real! I thought it might be a replica. That old thing? Bah, that's little more than a toy. Sorry? Army was selling it off when I retired, so I decided to give it a new home. Jolly useful to have a cannon in the house. Never fails to have a clean apron in reserve. Dries them over the barrel, you see? It's been reduced to a drying rack. Books. Copy of Run's magazine. Pick 2 cakes with his tea. Whatever Mr. Garrett doesn't eat, I say to myself, Joan, you shall have to tidy up. And no wonder she has those cheeks. How magnanimous of you. Oh my god. Ironmongery, Jim Crack. They're all bashed up and broken. What's outside the window? This window looks out over Briar Road where the young woman was attacked. Wait, don't tell me the owner was the witness. Open the window, the tea will freeze in the pot. No Londoner will go opening windows at dusk in the middle of winter, I assure you. Look at that enormous screen. You must have been put there deliberately, surely. Ahem, ahem. Hit us off with a cup of tea. The pictures are all crooked. He's stirring the tea with his freaking... what's it called? Pipe? Yeah. Smoking pipe. Seem to come back? What do you mean? The chap who runs the place is a bad body wizard. Went in to sell him something and came out with that thing. Often finds himself leaving the place with something that he doesn't need. Mortar shells. How do you accidentally fire rounds into the barracks, then after that get to bring them back with you? I see you keep everything. Hadn't shed a tear before 1869. Good day to you. John Garridup at your service. Hey, Jaspyro. How are you doing? How's your day been so far? Sato is like, pleased to meet you, sir. This is Naruhodo Rinosuke. He's a defense lawyer. Ah yeah, spoilers, reasons, yeah, go for it. Thanks for dropping by, Pyro. Thank you, yep. Do you excuse me not getting up? Took a shot to the knee a few years back in the Battle of Maiwon. Maiwon? What? Earned a medal for my pains, but I had to withdraw from service. Handed over the reins to the up and coming. It's a hell of a job getting up and downstairs now, I take care of you. Don't get up much if you can imagine. Yes, it's quite a climb up there to the second floor, isn't it? You really must take more exercise, Naruhodo. Do you think so? Well, Mr. Garridup, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal. Oh, it was nothing. The medal's just a photo, really. Wouldn't like to offer the general though, so I gradually displayed it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, Joan? Let these good people see it properly. Joan! Go fetch the... What did I miss? Very grateful if you answer some questions for us. Only two, please, naturally. Especially if it helps to keep the peace here in Blighty. We forged an alliance with the Emperor of Japan recently, as I'm sure you're aware. So this case is very much in the public eye, as it were. Oh, is it? Naruhodo. Even had some famous detective poking around, in this old house, would you believe? Yes, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Oh, but you have a copy of Run's magazine here, so... Eh? Ah, no, don't like all the fuss. Ah yes, the Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week. Oh, just 1 week? So he moved in very recently then. First floor room became available a week ago. Dash it out, Joan, do be careful. Most nervous disposition. Hi Kenji. She should really open her eyes, yup. I said to myself, Joan, that man is trouble. Sooner or later, he's going to do something untoward. How's your night been? Did you have a nice dinner? There's not a lot of people around, but shout out. It's free anyway. And I'm very wrong about anything, says the maid. We won't be calling the maid as witness, that's for sure. Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all? This maid is really like fat. In her cheeks at least. Yes, oh yes, indeed there was. She's dying to tell us. The shady lodger. Have you noticed anything else at all about your lodger? And then the maid budges in. Shadier than an orchard. Well, I'll take the men's room. It's really stuffed full of books. More than anyone ever could read. Funny little maze. Up long past the time everyone else done. Oh no, Kenji, you didn't miss anything important. I'm currently just asking these people for information. The only thing I commented on is saying that the maid has massively chubby cheeks. Like, you know, fat. P-H-A-T. Retire any earlier than 2 AM in the morning. This sounds a bit familiar. Just a little bit familiar. Could you clarify something, I wonder? What, pray? How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine? Oh! I understood that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house. Is that correct? Yes, that's right, yes, they're both below us, on the first floor and street level. I have a grip in my mouth. How do you know so much about the life of your lodgers? She's a freaking nosy lady. When it's a so-called, I'm going to believe that she's like the typical archetype of a busybody, auntie, middle-aged woman kind of age. Oh, she's going to fall. Good grief, John! Be more careful, woman! Oh my goodness, sir! I'm terribly sorry, sir. It's quite dumb. Her character profile says, her main duty appears to be standing at his side point T. John, get rid of that. It's the maid who did it for sure. Very sus, by the way. She's pouring. By the way, she's pouring the tea. Of course. Very questionable. People who pour tea like that can only be serial killers. I should point T to shut him up whenever he's talking. He's probably burned his head like 7 times already. If I may, Mr. Narrow Hollow, because his surname is Naruhodo. Narrow Hollow. I have an exceedingly good memory, and as far as I remember, nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. If I were him, I think I would have fired her at this point. His hand already has been burnt too many times. Scalded, I mean. Mr. Natsume's room. Lives on the first floor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating there right now. I like the way he's like stirring his tea. Have you noticed? Freaking using his smoking pipe as a teaspoon, I guess. Just down one flight of stairs. You just noticed that as I told you. Amazing. Have you noticed the cannon in the room on the left side? Like freaking hell. The huge ass cannon. Should have used his finger because it never gets damaged when burnt. That's true. He just gets scalded like, I don't know, 7 times. 8 times, it's fine. You notice the cannon, yup. Apparently the guy with the T is like an ex-military soldier, officer of some sort. A small dark room rented by a visiting scholar from the Empire of Japan by the name of Natsume Soseki. Oh my god, there's so many books, and that's a cute kitty cat. What? Let's look at this place. Oh my god, his house has the bricks covering the windows. And Sherlock Holmes is supposedly investigating here right now. It was the window, I think. If he lives here, where does he freaking sleep? Examine. Oh my god. Don't tell me Sholmes is like behind that pile of books. Oh look, it's a beckoning cat from home. Beckoning cat. Maneki neko. Lucky charm. Yeah, the cat's not doing a very good job. The guy's currently arrested. Okay, nothing here. Look at all those books stacked up there. They almost reached the ceiling. Maybe all the books are like questionable magazines. Okay, investigate the window. It was a window at one point. The lack of ventilation here makes it very stuffy. Okay. Is that paper on the floor? Balls of paper on the floor. Somebody screwed up their paper toss. Deeply adverse to tidying up. Sounds familiar. Okay, let's talk to the meow meow. Oh, the cat disappeared. Yup, it's totally the cat. It looks very suspicious. We're gonna catch it. Wait, they've only been in the country for 2 days. And so much shit has happened already. What the heck? Working and looking. Okay, thanks, Carl. No sound, no problem. Carl. Shout out. Carl Woody. I wonder on all sides by this touring old Holmes. Oops. A receipt from a second-hand bookshop. Your books. I don't know what to say about this shop name. Looks very suspiciously like a pun, don't you think so? I wonder what the pun could be. Your books. My books. Everybody's books. And Sherlock Holmes is there now. Aha! There he is! Where did he appear from? Seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. Hello, Mr. Holmes. Yeah, Kenji, I have no idea how or where he appeared from. Ah, you too! Good day! Now let me see, where was it that we met? We were together on the SS Burya. And let me see, what happened on that voyage? It was Kazuma Asogi. He died tragically, but he was great help to us. Ah yes, of course. The case of Mr. Asogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it? You seem to remember something of it. Quite honored to be remembered vaguely by the great Sherlock Holmes. Superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. Miss Naruhodo and Mr. Susato. Yeah, he screwed up. Try the other way around, Holmes. Well, he tried. Brings me away to a crime scene. I do myself to forget useless facts lest they should elbow them out the useful ones. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately my associate pens them beautifully. Mr. Holmes, we have some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned. Okay, let's talk to Sherlock Holmes. Okay. Oh. He's not merely feigning ignorance. Oh, he dropped his books, no wonder. Such a trove of fascinating books that he got lost in the book, reading them. I like his theme song so much. The landlord of these lodgings. Yeah, Serenity, I stopped being a music stream. I stopped for dinner and then now I'm here slamming more tables. How are you doing? Shout out for Tenshi and then shout out for Serenity. You can slam the tables to the beat. This is so dumb. It was the first time I ever met a maid from a great British institution that is service. Come on, Japan has better service than UK. Than Great Britain. Or at least in our day and age, probably. I'm not sure about back in this era. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid or a butler. How are you doing, Serenity? Intenshi, have you had dinner already? I'm getting slightly sleepy because of my dinner. It was quite heavy. One maid is considered middle class. Those who do not are like poor. Wow. Oh, so Serenity hasn't eaten. Huh. But you should eat soon. I'm quite sure it's like lunch or slightly after lunchtime. Goodness, how extraordinary. As you can appreciate, for those on the precarious boundary between the middle and lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance. Maybe so, but I'm not too hungry right now. Ah, okay. And I see that's why, probably why that guy is such a shitty maid. Hold on. I need to do this. Power up L. or spacing. Sausage and egg sounds good though, Serenity. You can find great stimulation in the situation upstairs. Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Whether or not important on the circumstances of this case, you are not able to ascertain yet. The dinghy room. This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I'll show you any man whose lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later. Did I see the masterpiece of a photo that you took in Pokemon Snap? I don't think I have. Serenity, do you post it on your Discord? Photo share? No, that's just your blue-black. Your losers. I have no clue. Also, yes, Mango, this is Shows. Isn't he amazing? This is the first time you have seen this character. Very subtle. Of course. It has nothing to do with Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes. Oh my god, this image defines freaking British mood. I like that picture. Also, did you guys see like the Pokemon Direct? I was pretty happy with it. Okay, busy with class. Have fun, Mango. Why is there no longer a window? Window text. Is that actually a thing? I feel like I've read about it before. Why? Why would you have a text on your household based by the number of windows? But yeah, from the Pokemon Direct, I liked it pretty overall. I'm unsure about why the Pearl and Diamond kind of looks better in some renders and looks worse. Looks equally bad in some renders. Like maybe they are reusing old footage, because when they first announced the Diamond and Pearl, I was like, the trainer models don't look very good. The overworld also didn't look that good. But now in the new trailer, the overworld looks good. The trainers still look shitty. But in other scenes, the trainers look pretty good. I'm still getting the game though, it looks great. In terms of the overworld. Legacy remains. They only moved in here about 1 week ago. You don't know if you get a game. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. However, Legends Arceus looks pretty interesting. They like intentionally shot the trailer to make it look a lot like Breath of the Wild. I was very intrigued by that. Yeah, I can imagine a lot of people getting Legends Arceus. That one looks quite interesting. I'm not sure whether it's going to be a great game, but very interesting as a concept. Because we haven't had a new style Pokemon game for so long. Imagine you can punch a Pokemon. I'm quite sure you can only dodge roll. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? You remembered that, did you? Is that the guy fighting the kangaroo to protect his dog all over again? That's pretty much true Serenity. Like, freaking kangaroo comes to your dog, you uppercut the kangaroo. Get out of the way! Holmes has no idea at all. His initial intention. So I think he got distracted. Yup. Wow, great concentration. Why does Shone suddenly seem so reliable now? He was like so freaking unreliable when he was introduced. I don't get it. Nani? Mr. Naruhodo. As yet, our investigations have uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence. No, you're right. Perhaps it's time we probe a little deeper into Garidev's secret. Oh. Busy man indeed, he's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. Finally settled with something. It was bothering me so much. Okay, back to Garidev's room. Ah, you pair again. Continues stirring his tea with his freaking smoking pipe. Serenity, do British people do this? I need to know. Tell me, was the detective chap, I forget his name, still hard at work down there? Yes, totally. is in his element down there. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joel. Too much tea, let's go! For the umpteenth time, woman, will you watch what you're barely well doing? Been a pleasure to talk to young foreigners. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out. They were rejected. Wait, you actually don't know what the problem here is. Was it murder again? Kenji's attempted murder. So here's the run-up. This guy, Natsume Soseki, is the defendant is accused of attempted murder. Supposedly, there was a lady that was stabbed on the streets by an unknown thing, supposedly him. She's currently in the hospital, not dead yet, but yeah. The Japanese guy got arrested as a suspect because apparently witnesses saw him running away from the scene, which was what he did. He ran back to his room. Then we are just investigating now. Freaking Sherlock Holmes. I mean, Sherlock Holmes. Ah, we meet again, my dear fellows. Good gracious, when did you sneak in here? Sherlock Holmes, sir, at your service. Whatever were you doing over by the window? I'm given to watching the evening sky as the sun sets, madam. Yes, this guy, man, is the best. I love him. Oh crap. I dropped my grape. It's so freaking random. Small corner of space by the window. Thought perhaps he might be in need of certain great detectives. Great mind. Wait, he's not talking about? Is he? I didn't expect to be going through that so soon. Again so soon. Do you mean Mr. Sholmes? There is a mighty secret in these models too. My eyes see even the most trivial of trifles. I take it you are prepared, Mr. Naruhodo? I think so. Then time enough for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark. Here we go. I'm actually quite excited for this, it's quite fun. Mr. Gary there. Don't you see when you're a military man? Service. Your standing as a landlord is not fast rate. Yeah, it's all too clear to me. Even as we speak, you're concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. Eh? In a second, as a result of the beast's violence rampage, you have lost something very dear to you. How could you possibly? How could I possibly know? You mean to inquire? The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. For in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. Eh? And I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Once again, Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. There we go. Certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. The cat, yeah. Thus, we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? For a man with military breeding, your eyes are commonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garrett, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by the lion statue. Yes, though an army man, you appear imposing at best. A fact that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts. What does this piffle, I ask you? In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living breeding specimen shipped from India which you tried to keep in his very house. What? Oh my god, the right side of his face is burnt. Scalded. Yet leaving such a wild beast proves more innocent, more difficult. Chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it's plain to me with one glance in your direction. A dress pocket gives us a handsome clue to the beast's current whereabouts. While protruding from it is a handbill advertising a circus show. Dispose of this terrifying lion. Indian lion. Simple visit to the circus now reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire. Asiatic lion. I know, right, Indian lion. Plainly clear that you still have deep feeling for this formidable beast. Indeed, in their blithe pose, the distress this loss cost you is relatively tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by the supporting arm. Amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage. Nonsense, man. I simply... But what we must now ask ourselves is the true cause of this pain. I think Sherlock already went like full off the rails. This pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Cartload of meat, potato, wheat and tea. Feeding your beloved has had a devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household. Now, in a final feat of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable attack. Oof. Observing the floor over there. Wouldn't that just be like a fire or an explosion or something? Maybe she screwed up when cooking. You need only look at the tower of cakes. This is unsatiated appetite. There's no bread, let them eat cake. Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact. Whatever do you mean? Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. There's only one logical conclusion. Woke into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. What? Huh? A lion that you once saw in India. I'm very sure he went off the rails long ago. The deduction of the great beastly puzzle. Burn, 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 burn. What is the matter with you, Joe? You pour scalding hot tea all over me. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gary Depp. I'm afraid I didn't notice. Kenji, this is totally you if you're a detective. Just freaking blame all the animals. That's true, you've been blaming the cat, you've been blaming the snake, you've been blaming everything. That's the reason that your cup runneth over. Kami-chan, konbanwa. Shino wa bamboo. Janai. Revelations can make people spill tears at times too. Sherlock, you are right about this, but for a very different reason. Your revelation making people spill tears. Kenji wa heaven and earth. Climbing an observation. Why certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it again? Deductions just now. You really think a lion could fit inside a room of this size? The terrifying truth all too often lies beyond the realm of common sense. What logic is that? Wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies within the realm of common sense as well? Uncaged lion had run amok in this very room. The former military man held his own against the beast using the large cannon. Thought he said they sold the lion to the circus. Meat and potatoes. But I don't believe I've ever heard of a lion that drinks tea. Irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands on Great British soil, they are infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea. Congratulations, Sherlock. This is the secret to immigration. What a glorious notion. Okay, time to fine-tune the deductions. Excellent. I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. Let's go. Logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Holmes. Something under the walls. What form might this beast take? The true nature of the beast that run rampant here is revealed by the lion statue. I really didn't see the lion thing coming. No, but if you observe Mr. Garridap's reaction, it rather seems as though some beast did indeed run amok here in this room. Something of a very fierce nature. Oh wait, what's this? Oh, what's this photograph? Appears to be from Mr. Garridap's wedding. He looks very happy, doesn't he? But you can't make out the bride. Something might have struck the glass over the woman's face. I don't think it's the newlywed bride that caused damage. Mortar shells. He said he had been shot in the knee, and you believe that this is one of the what could have hit him in the knee. He won't be standing here or sitting here anymore, like getting hit by tea, getting scalded by hot tea. Yup, if a round of that size had hit his knee, there'd be nothing left of him. I mean, the only thing that makes sense is this. How do you add commands for Nightbot? Commands. Add. Then after that, command name. Command reaction. Oh, Kara's board just lagging. Oh, okay. Nice. But basically this. Why are you adding the Kara's board? I'm very curious. Could I? You thought the JP one is not there. Oh, it is. The true nature of the beast that had run rampant here is revealed by that newlywed bride. Precisely. No other explanation could possibly fit. Print pictures your wife. Well, we lemon the fact that her face is obscured. You can still make out her mighty arms and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. Oh, indeed. Surely any woman of such powerful constitution would be honoured to be described as a beast. Honoured might be stretching a point. Too late! The fact remains that the beast which so clearly savaged this room was your wife, Mr. Garridap. Yeah. The chilling traces of a war rampage are still very much in evidence. Okay, I want to check something. He doesn't have any markings on his face here. but in person right now, the right side of his face has a slap or a scalp or something. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it's plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is? Fragile woman. What if the maid is the bride? Because you know they both have the same body shape thingy. Okay, but anyway, look at this. Okay, that's not a skull, that's like a freaking slap, isn't it? He probably got slapped by her. That's my guess. Oh my god, look at like the pickles and whatever here. This camera control is weird. Wait, what's in the pocket? Circus handbill poking out from her pocket. Betty Circus. Mr. Gary Depp didn't sell his wife to the circus. Fed her to a pet lion. That's somehow worse. Oh! Oh! She's wearing a very large ring. Look! The ring finger of her left hand, which means it's surely a wedding ring. It looks like it's on there for life too. I can't imagine that it would slide off a finger of that size. Yeah, the tea was very sus, that's true. Take that! Kurai! The wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Indeed it does. That flowery band gleaming on your finger gives you away. For it is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. Gary Depp's bride in this photographic print. In other words, you are no ordinary household maid. No. You are Mr. Gary Depp's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Gary Depp herself. Oh my! Word! So she's acting his maid to make him look richer, I guess. The wife, yes, my Joan. But don't let herself go, you might say, but she was a body conquer back then. Ah! Yeah, the Windows thing is closed, so they're surely under reach. Yep. Second Lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment. The sorry thing when the chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. One is rather judged by the amount of maids they have. Also cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. That's quite sad actually. Though in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are folly. You mean Mrs. Gary Depp has his wife work as the maid? Precisely. Only in company, obviously. But listen here, this must remain a secret. Keep top secret, please. Raging wife of Mr. Gary Depp. The carpet is no longer bitten by the starving lion. Bitten by the starving wife. You still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. The head weighs heavy on the shoulders. The pain. He's still calling Mr. Gary Depp's wife a beast. That's true. Holmes is quite an asshole. He hasn't lost his beloved at all. I wonder what it could be. Could it be the pipe? Could it be her pocket? I wonder why he touches his face. I don't think it's got anything to do with the slap mark over here. Totally not at all. What could it be? Could I? Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you feel being revealed by that slapped cheek. The most interesting thing is, look at the way the hand is. It's very, very wide. Also, if you think about the way that you would fit your hand onto it, it's like your left hand on his pressed on his face with the thumb facing down. Isn't that a very unnatural way to slap him? To slap someone? I don't get it. And hi Jane, what do you mean by yay finally? And of course, the deliverer of the impressive mark on your cheek refuses to fade. Was you, Madame Joan Gary Depp? And she slaps herself. Well, yes. You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir. Ah. How the blazes? How did you work that out, man? Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. Keep your other side from view. Now, Now let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Madame Gary Depp to fly into a rage. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. The power of views. Probably not. The lion never existed. Perfect hand mark. Okay, let's look at the bills first. You can tell who eats the lion's share in the household. Holy crap, there's broken plates on the floor. What's in the bookmark? Ah, someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here, look. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark. Oh no, it's a note written in a woman's hand. And there's a kiss mark on it as well. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Uh-oh. Lip marks made with lipstick. Oh, what a passionate and romantic gesture. Don't get any ideas, Sato. Oh dear, I'm sorry. So this bookmark is actually a love note then. Could I? Yes, it's this love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary, is the fly in the ointment here. Yeah, Kenji. But I don't know the body woman. Yeah, she wrote to a James. His name is John. What the freak? You don't know her? That foot wasn't written to me. No, the note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there. It was just in there, you say? That's right, that's what I've been saying. A likely story. Now listen here, Joan. Ting, I explained at the time. I bought the book at the second-hand place, and the note must have already been in there. So the previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean? But that's right, that's what I've been saying. A likely story. For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name. It's written to James. My name, in case you've forgotten, is John. A likely story. Are you questioning my name now? Oh, that slap. And there we have it. Arouse the suspicion of the female heart and you unleash a beast with the most ferocious bite. Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. I think a candle just dropped, honestly speaking. Did she like literally try to eat the thing, according to Sherlock Holmes? Dire stick of the carpet. Look at a tower of cakes. Derrida didn't eat the carpet. No, of course not. Looks a very old candlestick. I just not make it topple over. There's one candle missing. The carpet here has been ripped to shreds. You can see scorch marks. Yep. a candlestick instead. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the candlestick. Most illuminating, my dear fellow, and of course, the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of a ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible. Indeed they are. The scotch marks at the edge clearly give the screws away. It will appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. I will blame the grip in my mouth. Mr. Garridup's mighty arm muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. The force of a strike caused the candle to fall from the holder. And in seconds, the carpet was alight and the whole corner of the room is in flames. The most ferocious beast in the world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire. Eloquently put, my dear fellow. After the sparks of marital discord flew, this room was the scene of a fire. Mr. Sholmes, sir. I salute you! Oh, she just caught him. Holy crap. Oh my god, she caught him. Impressive. Deduction complete. Elementary. It's those dashed long winter nights, you know. Nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner. Illicit material. Whole place filled with smoke, couldn't see a body thing. Okay, they changed the name to Joan Garridup. She has a fierce temper and tends to get rather physical. Okay. Caught between the old stick's rage and the raging flames. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. Hide the mess behind that screen for the time being. Ooh. Favorite old novels. When the wife started hurling things at him. There was I, backed up against the window, under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. And you lost your favorite, the book called The Lion's Pride. Your notorious love of big cats coming through again. Great British Wonder. $5 o'clock. Ah, so he didn't witness anything. Or did he? Everyone's going ... I warned you that although you knew the retired army man to be hiding something, you could not be sure whether the secret would prove to be of relevance or not. Official paperwork to attend to. Thank you both very much for your time. Carla's impersonation of Sparkle. Oh, he's live now. Let's see what the clip is like.
I'm gonna do my sparkle impersonation. Are you ready? Anyway, I look for real now. Yeah. Okay, oh, that was bad. I can't do high pitched voices. I'm gonna do my
GG's. Frank is playing GU now, and Coco and Beans are there. I'm quite sure Sparkle won't be pleased if she saw that. GG. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must quickly return to the prison. It looks like something's going on over there in front of the Garydep's house. Oh my god, what the frick is this? I know thee not, oh man, 4-type players. Horatio. A lawyer? This ain't over yet. What kind of pose is that? Get D to another E. Oh my god, this guy has such a punchable face. Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so gentle. Thank you. There are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt in your philosophy. Oh, I thought it stays in the second floor. Gentleman named Natsume. So, good gentlemen, can I tarry here no longer? I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well. So, Seki. Oh, it's you! You're here! You came! Welcome to the Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! I can't believe you came back! I'm so touched! If our cat will purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, naturally, never failing me ponies! Freaking Sherlock Holmes. Here to observe. Gloomful. How dare you, Sherlock Holmes? Haunted by spirits in the accursed lodgings. You mentioned that once before, the lodgings are cursed. Is it a cat? One man's lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. Converse. What do you mean by what you said just now? Trial tomorrow being cursed. The trial really is cursed somehow. Shinigami. There are 16 words. Exactly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Not bad. He really ended with 16 words, by including the ever. Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper. But then after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. Oh no, he couldn't have, surely. A man is a mass murderer, he's a court prosecutor. What on earth do you mean by that? The Reaper. Let's go. As you are no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial, there is both a judge and a jury. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated. And such underhand means those who want to are able to sway the jury. However, those indicted by Lord Vanzit cannot escape justice, their fate is sealed. Within months, they all disappear. It is most striking. Attacked by highwaymen. I knew it. I'm a bit dodo done for doomed. Okay, now for curse lodgings. It's been a year now since you came to Great Britain. You only been in London a week before you started to notice strange feelings in yourself. Everywhere you looked, there were foreign faces staring at you, laughing behind your back. You're sure people were talking about you. You begin to become nervous about going outside. The rent is cheap. I have so little money, it appealed to me straight away. The room is cursed. Oops. Ever since I moved into the windowless hellhole, your sleep has been plagued with nightmares. Awake feeling as though you're being choked to death. In your working hours, people who are stepped in front of you as you walk. Surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Will no one find it in his or her heart to believe in me? Really no one at all? To believe, yes, to believe. Believe that I believe in you. Giga Torio Brika. Little surprised that the answer needs explanation. You said I didn't do it. But I could have been lying. Neither recall believing in you, nor the wish that you're telling me. You see, the only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in. What? What is this logic? I'm only hurt by things that hurt me. I only believe in things that I believe. Circumstances can hang as far as it's concerned. He's right, Lokan student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Whether or not I can believe in myself and take over 60 FPS headband. There's a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? Mr. Nakime, if you like in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you. Look after the Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. As I said, I only experienced the British courtroom for the first time yesterday. And although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. What to believe in, the defendant, justice, or the truth? How to believe even? fight for innocence until the bitter end with every weapon available to me. As I said when we first met, I like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue. Wakarimasu. Absolutely. You may consider me your personal judicial assistant. Time to learn to believe in myself. Tomorrow in the courtroom with all the strength I can muster. To be continued. It's time for courtroom. I am getting a bit sleepy. I'm going to get some water. I highly advise everyone to go get some water to stretch as well and everything. I'll be right back in a bit. Okay, I'm back. Resuming. The Old Daily, Defendant's Antechamber. Well, I never expected this. Who'd have thought we'd be back here again so soon? We're a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. Yep. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. Good morning! Ohayo gozaimasu! Somersault into elbow, dropping through the table. Igari! Hi, Sento. And finally about to reach the actual table slamming. Also, I checked online, there's apparently no such word like for 4 times. Like once, twice, thrice, there's nothing for 4 times. So I changed my stream title to Slam Table Once but 4 times. It's dumb. Okay, continue. Don't want to catch a worm, so I tried desperately not to wake up early. Also, Tenshi, this is not Kara. I don't know why you suddenly use the Yomi command. I cannot watch because I'm only at the start of K3, but I'll leave you alone. Okay, thanks, Blair. No problems, no problems. I totally understand. Thanks for the look. Only thing we learn in Ace Attorney is whoever slams the table more and harder wins. Somewhat, but no. You also forgot to say who shouts objection the loudest. I wish I had 9 lives. 2 terrified, 2 tremble! Hello, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. GG's. They all know you look in your face, that's coincidence. Don't hide the truth from me, it's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Not the Zix? Probably. I purchased as many different newspapers as I could this morning, and yes, Lord Menzies is on the front page of everyone. I knew it! Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. And she, bro, getting a translator. Okay, I see. No wonder. Very nice. Also, I think we haven't shouted Texento out yet, so let's do it. The best part is that most people cannot read the stupid Kada TH. I guess maybe Peebles. And you. I'm not sure who else knows Kada that also knows Thai. Magnus McGilded. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon and for what appears to be a mundane murder? International incident. Welcome student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, it's you! It can only be that your friends in the Reaper, please! I don't rush with us with Deathbringers. Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. A man with such frail fortune, but at least lucky lawyer alive. You asked me to represent you. I'll fight your corner till the bitter end. A nice early locum student, Naruhodo Esquire. Non-locum. I'm in your debt forever. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. This is it. My second appearance in the British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believe in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsel for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. I'm like, the defense is ready, my lord, and he's back to the eye shaking. You again. Probably. The Nipponese are truly a fascinating breed. Sorry, what? After our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Very true, and the most fascinating, if dark, trial it was too. Here's to the acquitted and unfortunate violent end. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine settle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out duties here in court as impartial members of the public? Oh! Sorry, you didn't quite catch that. There are two familiar faces in the jury. Interesting. A certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. While our country has extended its foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably the kindness has not been returned. Accused of a most sinister act. Ooh! Plunging a knife in the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. Knife crime, I tell you from the bitter experience. Those are the worst. Bloody oath they are. Just look at that subtle complexion and spot ledger. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Come on, let's get it over with me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Inspector, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? Young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. Thought to be. Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since. We don't even know who she is for sure. Unfortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. No, that's fortunately. So, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn carriages. It had not been long since snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. Being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. In case of everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. What of the weapon that was used? Sir, I'm dead here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch, the victim is starting to make me feel scared to walk down the street now. Heavy blade like that, almost anyone would have been able to stab the poor woman. Even the scrap looking Soseki-san, I suppose. Common or garden jackknife, non-discreet. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? She's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching. Let's see, well in that case we are looking at some deep-seated resentment towards the victim. Afraid I couldn't say. But from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natume, doesn't appear to get out much. Hi! He's back to being nervous. Yugiari! Oh my god, he just threw the bottle. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. Or it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese friend. Yes, sir. I usually like fog. No one else but the victim and the accused. One of the blue victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently dropped into the terrace. Oh yes, Kaiser, no problem. Thanks for the alert. Everybody's not around because of spoilers. Kaiser has been very lucky though. He's been popping in at like the very meaningless, like things that you can't really see and much spoiler from. Like it's not like there's a dead body lying in front of me or anything when he drops in. What a lucky boy. It was just a matter of working out who the books belong to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. Oh, books, you see? I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident. I'll take the photographic print as evidence, please. You Nipponis are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. Deny everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well, forgive me, Lord D6, but the defendant is still not denying everything as he put it. Mr. Natome has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Now you mention it. Walking around the accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was. And just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there, so I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. Oh my, photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next? No, nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. Nobody else except her. Proceed, please. Right for London. You see opposite side of the street for once, not much further. London is famous for its smog. Oh my god, sometimes I can see the hand at the end of your arm. The fog was somewhat lighter than usual. Mata! Quite simply, my learned friend. Because that's what the witnesses to this crime have told us. Oh, there's a policeman from Scotland Yard. The weak slap. I'm unaware of the situation your tiny island in the east. We're here in the capital city of Great Britain. All main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights. Ah. Mankind had completely conquered the darkness. Taking stock. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed. Thanks for banning Kaizo, Vlado. How are you doing? Luck is on your client side, it seems. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Kinda okay, took a nap after work, but in hindsight it might have been a mistake. Your head hurts. Oh, I know what you mean. Sometimes naps actually feel like they do more damage than they help. It sucks. For me, the worst kind of naps is those kind that when I get woken up, I'm still like so freaking sleepy that I can't do anything but want to go back to sleep. His belongings. 3 books on the floor. I hope you feel better soon, Vado. Oh, stream buffered. No, I just said I hope you're feeling better. You feel better soon, Vlado. That's about it. I've had those naps where I wake up feeling very sleepy. At least it's not hot as hell. That's good, that's good. It's been quite cool for me over here because it's been raining. Mata! Of old English literature. Look at the street map again. Bourbon books. That's pretty close. Yeah, map updated. I also have not investigated the other stuff yet. Oh, this could be helpful. Okay, and then this one here. Rolly beat. Is it me or does the knife have no tip? Yup. Just the tip. You don't think it could still be lodged in the victim? That seems to be about it for the knife. Wait, what? Did he say again? Past the scene of the crime. Location, name, stock. Oh, he calls it bourbon something. Alright, from your books. Haha. May I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Yes sir, my lord, whatever you say. Couldn't be any more sardonic. Okay. Even though I'm very sure I won't screw this part up, I'm just going to save. Just because I'm like that. Present. Igiari! I'm a busy man, you know? Details the purchase of 3 handheld books. Your books. The bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books.
Eh? What?
No, you should be like,
Eh?
that kind of eh? Idiot. Look at this, please. And yes, you most certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was killed. However, take into account that he was actually in another bookstore, your books. It may very well turn out he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Could that be true? My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is. But I do declare it may be a possibility. It absolutely could be right. No guarantees there. It doesn't change too much. Can you see now? Oh. You put that glass now, I'll put it down for you. Ooh, he smashed the glass so quickly. I am not sure about this part. Save game. Raise an objection. The only conceivable route. Igiari! The route is what is commonly referred to as the long way round. On a cold winter's night, any man chooses to take a longer route home. Answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. Aha, yes, I've got it. Yes, he has no recollection. GG's. I don't believe this. Thank you, my learned friend. Do not waste any of the court's time. But even if that is the case, the defense feels hold it. Yeah, he's going to say guilty. Thank you for the luck, Sento. Yuzai! Yuzai!
Yuzai!
Yuzai!
Yuzai!
Yuzai!
Yuzai!
Yuzai!
Yuzai!
Yuzai!
Yuzai!
Yuzai! 6-hit combo. Is there a freaking savage blow? Unanimous. That was a freaking speed run. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. Resurrection. Those are the eyes of a Cory not yet willing to give up and die. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Rights of the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. I'm all too familiar that Nipponese people snapper his uncle's refusal to throw in the... Oh, hi Monica. Thanks for the luck. Don't worry about it. There's a different result every time you use luck. You can try it again, you might get something different. I have a lot of random commands. The jurors' contentions. I hope you've been well. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he? If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it can only have been the victim. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the dope shop. Not in winter. So, the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful! I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. That book smash. Nice shop there. Roman goods? No, not worth a visit. What? time for grumbling. Force the trial to continue. You have no choice but to forge forward. You have the floor council begin your summation examination. Thanks for the log, Serenity. Oninia is the stalker. That's not how it works. It's just a different result every time. Oh wait, I need to press all of them. Mata! But aren't you? Yes, that's right. I was the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Knew your face or the side of it. Cat Jen. You don't get caught, this song is a banger. Okay, I zoned out for a bit. What did he say again? Don't know about the hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. Press. You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. Oh, quite, that's precisely my point. Clearly that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly that funny little Nipponish man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit. Liver-faced coward. Welcome back, Jane. Funny little man. Compelling in its simplicity. The man wouldn't have gone round the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. comes true. Yeah, Jane is a chubby mate. A little over a week. Does he look a man who commits such a crime as this? Oh my goodness me, yes, he's just a thought. What? Spending all his time in a dark and dingy room, sporting that unscrupulous moustache. The man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. Yeah, call him a wolf, so... Ah. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids. After cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. Huts locked from dawn till dusk it is. That's right. In fact, I remember the rightly. It was just round the corner from where it all happened. By the old bookshop it was. What? Another coincidence? Mieszkał Street. Only 3 named streets. Juror number 5, I need you to add information to your formal statement, please. Jin, you're saying? Looking at the conversation, you're just in time to see me change the black to white once more. Yes, I am, Jin. You're very correct. Mieszkał Street from dawn till dusk. Dun dun dun. Okay. Yep, Jin, I know. Okay, but I want to listen to number 6 first. Mata! Fold it instead of hold it. What I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. It's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day. Including the day you're all talking about. Oh! And what time do you visit your books on the day in question? You know, I was picking up books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see? Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. That could be helpful. Exactly when the victim could have been attacked. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget the date in a hurry, not after the dreadful time I had. Walking down Calabash Road when you slip on the ice and bump your head. Knock yourself clean out. Return number was up. Oh! Dun dun dun. He is also wearing green. Ah ha ha ha. So this guy collapsed in front of the victim. Not my victim, in front of the defendant. And the defendant thought he was the culprit. And he thought the defendant thought that this old man in green was the victim. Because he's also big, round and green. You add that information to your formal statement. Darn. Extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now. Okay, time to save. Time to do the super obvious one, which is not in winter. You pit against this guy. Igiari. Those two statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds? And so? Explain yourself. Please, don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Yeah, the head guy is shocked. Well, do you remember number 3? Oh, me sir? What do you mean? During number 5 words, just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what Lin said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Miyashikawa Street, making it impassable. Which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Miyashikawa Street and down Briar Road. Oh, yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that really, can you? You must have had 2 good yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. Table slam. So, the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Hi gamers. Slams table once, 5 times. That's the next stream. Or at least if I'm on chapter 5, I'll use that. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his own way back from the bookshop. But slam one roti prata. Jane, you don't really slam roti prata, you flip it and stretch it. We see now that he had no choice. Yes! My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may? Yes? I don't think I'm in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. This guy's quite straightforward and to the point. Honest fellow. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. Thanks Tenchi for adding the Yomi Thailand command. Oh my god, Tenchi, you forgot to add the exclamation point. Don't worry, I'll edit it on my own. Nightbot. Refresh. Submit. And next one is Kada PH. You also forgot exclamation point on that one. Okay, problem fixed. Yeah, like Tenshi, you look at what you added. You added exclamation point commands at Yomif. You forgot to put exclamation point Yomif. No, don't worry, I fixed it already, Tenshi. I fixed it. So we have Kada TH and Yomi TH. I've already fixed it, don't worry. But if you did it on other channels, remove the last part of the Yomi. Aiyo! Tenshi! Why like that? Okay, submit. Also, you forgot to delete. So now we get Yomi TH. You heard the Asian sound of being annoyed. Aiyo. Yeah, Serenity, you did. Not even gonna lie. We are Asians after all. When you add commands, ideally you should put the exclamation point. If not, like for example, if your command is triggered by a normal word such as mate, you're going to have bullshit like this happening. That's why we normally put an exclamation point to make sure it doesn't get accidentally triggered. So that you get a mate. Also, this whole chain is done because of Mango's dumb shit. Yeah, Tenshi, don't worry about the Kada. I fixed it already. So you have Kada, TH, done. I fixed it. No worries. Who the freak would type Kada TH? I know, but for just make it standardized. I mean on Kada stream. Unlikely, so should be fine. If you're not too sure, then you need to do command remove. Then after that you command add the same thing again. If you want to fix it. Homie. I love ayah. The instant you hear it, you know some Asian is annoyed. Yeah, it's like ayo, walao. Yeah, Tenshi, so you'll be using commands remove or commands edit. The problem with edit is that you cannot change the title, the name of the command. You can only change the contents of the command. So in this case, you have to remove it and re-add the whole thing again. But if all you did was make a typo, you can do commands edit. If you understand what I mean. You can only edit the reply, the result. I forgot what's the word called. But you can't edit the command name without removing it. Well, alright then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in. That's what I say. Boom. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful. Well, we've managed to change a couple of minds at least. It strengthened our position somewhat. Kada TH. Other than that, yes, Tenshi, that's what you should be doing. Then after that, you add the same thing back with the exclamation point Kada TH. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if only we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that will make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume, we might be able to tip the balance completely. Van Zix is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent by whatever means we have at our disposal. I call it Van Zix instead of Van Zix. Thank you, Counsel. On with the summation examination, please. Yes, my lord. Copy and pasting, right? Yigiari! Those two statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about, Counsel? Well, juror number 2, juror number 6. My, whatever do you mean, sir? I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There's at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to Your Books and purchased a number of second-hand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are well aware of all this. The poor young woman was dead, obviously. Yigiari! Can we really be sure of that, madam? Why? Whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over in the icy streets in the neighborhood. Oh my! My goodness, you mean? That's right. I'm referring, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the poor person in green, the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapsing on his eyes, was the jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench here with me today? Yes, Jin, you saw number 1 before. He was from the previous. He was one of the witnesses that gave testimony in the previous case. The banker. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that. My goodness me.
Sorry? You need a pee?
Table slam. And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in a green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly, table slam, the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. For a moment, I thought Ryunosuke wants to pee. Nah, Jin. That's not true. Oh my! You idiot, old man! If you hadn't been so deaf as to be roaming about there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago. And really, what were you thinking, wearing such a befuddling coat?
What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the others to walk?
This is streets these days.
Hmm?
Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Next stream title: Tables 5 times with once slam. I might do that, Kirada. I might. I'm glad you noticed the dumb title I did for the 4th one.
Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it?
Hold it. My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconveniences, but
You like to change your leaning, I presume? I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you, and I would too. Thanks for the luck. What? Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Meow. Oh. Oh. Santa is angry. This is like green Santa. It's like the Irish Santa Claus. Well, that examination has concluded with a did I say Lauder Raj? Oh god. Rather large shift in opinion. The A's 2, the no's 4. So the no's have it not guilty, they say. Which means we can no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue. Igiari! Throw the glass, throw the glass, throw the glass. Or are you gonna smash it? Oh, you just... Oh yeah, you smashed it. Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection? Only to crush it in disgust. Ah yes, Kyoda, he just did. Early on in the trial, he threw the wine glass into this chandelier thingy. Yeah, it disintegrated, I know. But in the start of the trial, he literally yeeted his glass into that standing lamp. It was great. As of, since I met him till now, I think he's already crushed maybe at least 12 glasses. Lot than 6? At least 12. It's just like that. In one of the older games, one of the prosecutors threw his mug of hot coffee at you. And another one, she uses her whip on you and on the judge and on witnesses, everyone. It's great. And in the very first game's tutorial, you get a wig thrown in your face. It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Sounds like someone else over here lacking intelligence. I don't know who it could be. But yeah, the characters are usually quite interesting to watch. I like watching them like get angry and stuff. Yet, we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Huh? What else do you mean? Igiari! Cable slang. I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I said is the truth. Indeed, stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir. That's right. Took me the whole day and they paid me a measly tuppence for it. Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? All you freaking Americans and your freaking measurement systems. Also, how long has the wine bottle been there for? I don't know. Since the start of the trial. It's probably like room temperature at this point. Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue. No. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. 2 yards, that's like 1 out of 720th of a football field. That's like 39 eagles. And it's also like I don't know, 3,000 fingernail clippings, am I correct? $3,000 fingernail clippings. Perfect. Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no. What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had a hope of passing anyway. And we just turn any gentlefolk back when they come. Kids just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. Ah! Is that true? Is it? The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Crushed in a single sentence. And, old man. Coatman? You can talk. You said that around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious looking Nipponese behind you at the time? Oh, I can't say as I remember. You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw, but I was lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Order! Lord Venzix, explain yourself. KO. My lord, if you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. Also, why is my right eye watering? But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. Oh, he threw his cloak away, his cape. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What? What are you talking about? My lord, the prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. It's next witnesses? It's Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Yes, I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Alright, no matter who Venzix brings to the stand as his witnesses, and no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent. And I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over. My god, the two of them look weird. Witnesses, please state your name and occupations for the court. It's probably a boyfriend or girlfriend, or else it's a brother and sister. Constable Rolly Beat. Sa. Rolly Beat. Sa. Rolly Beat? I'm not sure if that's a pun. Nothing to report on the street, Sa. Yeah, Jin, he's eating the helmet, the chin strap. I'm Mrs. Pete. Okay, yeah. So the wife. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm the young town hero's wife. Oh my god, they look poor. And he's sleepy. He's just saying sir and an Essen. Yep, I know. What's the story here? Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. She looks so happy. was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honourable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before actually. Indeed, apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are reading true. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our street lights. Number of items that don't sound like policing duties. I wouldn't be just falling asleep on my feet, I have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honor. Yeah, beat. And a man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. And yes, it's all true facts. I agree, Serenity. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beach? That's right, sir. Isn't it Brody? He's so dead. Constable Rolly Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the streets, sir. What a great witness it's going to be. Very good. I'd like to hear from your formal testimony now. Please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir. Nothing to report is also a new unit in FE Heroes. Amazing. Wedding anniversary, taking her out for a meal, no time to change after work. Are you winning, son? Yes, I am, Seth. Are you proud of me, Dad?
Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely the Japanese man in the dock. Brody and I both saw him as clear as day. Thanks for shouting out Serenity, Vlado. And thanks for shouting out Seth as well. Hold up, the policeman didn't say anything during the testimony. It was all his wife. I'm proud of you, son. Thanks, Dad. If the testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you establish in the summation examination will be quashed. Playing chess with Zhou Gong, I have no idea who that is. Because the alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate bechancing, and on your wedding anniversary too. Oh, I know. But I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed. They are testifying under oath that it was without a doubt the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. And one of the witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. He's freaking sleeping, he hasn't said a single word. Yeah, the man's so tired, his wife has to do all the talking. Mata! No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Mrs. Beach? Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only.
Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply. Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you? I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down to the ground, doesn't it, darling? Seth, what's the story for this part so far? Okay, here's the... no, there's nobody dead. This guy, Natsume Soseki, has been accused of stabbing a woman... Oh crap. On the streets, around this X portion. He stays here, in his lodgings. He came from these your books. So he could have either walked this way, or he walked this way. And then the woman is not dead. She got stabbed in the back. She's dressed in green, very big and round. And she's not dead, she's just in the hospital right now. So she remains unconscious. And then there's no other signs of injury except for the stab wound. So this is the knife, and then this is the crime scene photograph. That's about it so far. Yeah, the woman is called Olive Green. Also, there's a guy called Sherlock Holmes. He's a great character. Oh my god. She could die any minute now. That's true. What? Ah, I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. He's still eating the strap. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy. Yeah, actually the 3D models looked a bit weird, but actually I think they look a lot better in this game than they did in like Dual Destinies. So I guess they're improving with every game. Oh no, really. I much prefer you in uniform. Her eyes are so sparkly, oh my god. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes, oh no. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct? You'll be chilling till you start falling asleep. Okay, thanks Seth. Actually, you feel that those destinies look okay, I mean, coming from the 2D sprites, those destinies look a bit weird, but after I got used to it, it was fine. But it's been so long since you forgot. So you can't really remember. That's right, sir. Yes. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and the queen to the end. What's that now? My warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. There's the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir, and for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every day. Every single day without fail and without a grumble. Because I know that the prodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. Why are there so many poses? I don't know. But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat put up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh my god. Oh my god. She's like totally in love with him. And he's like emotionless, he's dead. But they're quite cute as a couple, I guess. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. So sweet. What a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold. If a little over the top, perhaps. And then, kindly describe what happened next. Oh yeah, right, I was curious. 23 and 21 years old. Pretty young. Mata! I wonder how does it feel like when they kiss and there's the chin strap. I don't know, Jin. I don't know. That's right, you were coming towards us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. There was a rather plump figure followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsume. Kiss. Freaking sad. Wait, is it scrawny, thin-looking man? GG's, it could be him. Just that he has a knee injury. If you beat it hard enough, you can. Yes, unfortunately it does. And you are certain that at the time there was nobody else nearby. Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are street lights on Briar Road, you see? There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? And then she pulls the thing and he wakes up. Or at least he starts sleep talking. Hmm? What? Ah yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground. But Briar Road is dead straight, and you could see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians. Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer please, Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure of what you've just said? You have been influenced by a bad influencer. You have started using that more. Oh no, Seth. You better cut ties with the influencer as soon as you can. It might be terminal if it's too late. It's quite funny though. The whole thing with that face. Yes, sir. That's a couple who spends all day, every day keeping watch on the streets. I swear to it, sir. I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pet. Oh, Rolly. Oh, this annoying couple had kisses. They're still maintaining that there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. Okay, next one. Oh my god, the sparkly eyes bother me so much. Mata! Mata! Scattered something? What do you mean by that? Oh well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling? Beep. Your eyes will sparkle once you see your other half too. Maybe. Ah yes, that's right. There were some old books. I see, old books. Yes, sir. The culprit had dropped a number of them, all around where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print. That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed. Mata! Mata! Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him. It was the man in the dog, without question, sir. The moustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose, everything. Maybe. I'm not sure about hunchback though. Any more insults you want to throw in? That's right. He looked down at that poor defenseless woman with those terrifying intense eyes. And then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away. I see. So desu ka. Unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Yes, sir. Was it your husband who went to fetch help?
No, I went.
I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all.
Isn't that right, my darling?
Then she'll proceed to pull the scarf, and then he'll suddenly wake up and like start talking like as though he's like those Furbies or something. Hunchback, like the Hunchback of Notre Dame, similar but probably not so dramatic. Then he'll start talking like a Furby.
Ah yes, that's right.
I asked Mrs. Beat to go. I was off duty by that point, but the Bobby is never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on the crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under so she could go and report it.
I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know?
Thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens.
Oh please, you're making us blush. Isn't he, darling?
Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir. I'm starting to see that pulling thing as like when you really like you pull those talking dolls, like that, like Toy Story, that string behind Woody. You'll be like, it's a snake in my boot. Does sparkly eyes still bother me so much? But surely wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you? We absolutely could! As Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know! Hi Kara! Is that the pro MHGU adept gunman streamer Sushi Kaito and the real lawyer master extraordinaire Shino Megumi Tenshi? Hi Seno, hi Kada. Hi Sinamdari. Thanks for the raid, Kada. Y'all came in at a very interesting scene where there's a young couple in love. Shout out to Kada first. Thank you so much for the raid. How did Final Fantasy go? Next, shout out to Sen. I know you're also playing lots of FF14. I hope everything's been going good. Why is the other person strangling this other person? Looks like she's assaulting a police officer in the courtroom. Thanks for shouting out Kada Tenshi. Tenshi, would you like to do the thing here as well? Also, that police officer is this woman's husband. I have the proof here. Devoted London Bobby, Rolly Beat, with his wife Patricia, then the wife of Constable Rolly Beat. She's fiercely proud of her policeman husband. I know we are not doing that command. Too late. Love you, Kada. So now I have the standard Kada and Yomi. I have the Kada SG, Yomi SG. I have Kada JP, Yomi JP. It's slowly increasing. Mr. Worldwide, Mr. International Streamer Kada Yomi. Love you, Kada. Oh my god. Yeah, the list is expanding.
The light from the street lamp was more than enough.
And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he? Her eyes really bother me so much. Yes, and what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course. Oh, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm. The list is expanding. No, cause we are going for quality, not... Wait, what? You said quality, not quality. Bruh. But yeah, thanks for the luck, Kara. Enjoy your company. Make sure to share some shares with me after that. I need some money. Quality over quality. You know what? I'm going to screenshot that. Bob. And then under moments to remember, paste. Okay, next. Yes, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see? That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? He's really like, what? Yeah, what? Ah yes, it was the accused and no mistake. The moustache, the hunchback, the cat-like ears, the top mouth, and the snub. Unmistakable, sir. Kenshi's marriage gonna be like that. So Seki-san, that is all. There's the entire testimony. I have a suspicion of what I can do in this cross-examination. I think he will try to find a contradiction somewhere else within the testimony. Alright. Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you. So... it seems like you don't believe our testimony. Oh my god, she's actually quite cute. With her husband. What? No. Oh no, it's really not that at all. My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail. Everything. Like... Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one, I could. Every single one. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is? That will do, Mrs. Beat. No, it will not do at all. The Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Rolly will. I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please, put your husband's fist down. Supplement your testimony. Might that appease you? Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling? Yeah, he's still sleeping. I could even tell you the names of the 4 books he dropped at the scene. GG, there were only 3 in the picture. The picture only showed 3 books. Jang. Those purchased, blah blah blah. Police box for help. I decided to have a good look at real worth measure. What's husband doing? He was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest. He works ever so hard, you know? Ever so hard, don't you, my darling? Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime. Thanks for the evidence, Bastion. I've got it. Well, Mrs. Bate, seeing as you've regaled the court with the tales of your powers of recollection, would you be so kind as to recount the titles of the books you observed at the scene? I'd be happy to. Now, are you all listening? There was the picture of Monsieur somebody or other, and what's it, yearnings? Whoa, that's 2 books. Then there was a meal for someone, and the last one was definitely the Tingamis something. Meal for Gaboriao. And then the last one is... You see? Yes, I see that there are 1 or 2 holes in your memory. Oh well, yeah, along those lines, I'm quite sure. There were indeed books found at the scene with titles along those lines, as you put it. Well, what did I tell you? So I think it's very mean the way you've been implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling? Oh my god, he's angry, he's angry. Anyone who observes my Patricia will have me to answer to! And he's still biting his chin strap. Okay, he's back to sleep. Terrifying. Yes, she really is. Then later, oh sorry, we updated the list, there are 4 books now. Yes, yeah, and she... It's always like that in all these stupid games. But the only good thing is that this thing here is from my investigations. Inside Mr. Natume's room. It's not submitted by court. Well, I hate to admit it, but hearing the testimony, it really seems like they saw what they saw. Anyway, I know what to object. Saving. Igiari! So, you're saying that there were 4 books? That's right, I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur somebody, what's it yearnings, a meal for someone, and the Tingumi something. I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat. But there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Tenshi, this is chapter 4 out of 5 chapters. Oh no, what flaw? Simply that, at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. Ah, look here, the objection team. What? This is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his books. Thanks for the evidence, Baskin. Take it. Your books? Yes, and it details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. Waiting for the loose lies and you anyhow object bullshit. I feel like that only happened in the first game. Every other game didn't really have that, if you remember correctly. Only 3? But no, that can't be. And now when I read this line, I'm suddenly thinking of Dracula in Symphony of the Night. It's like, what? How can this be? As he like explodes and dies. I remember seeing them. There were 4 books, I tell you. 4 dirty old books. After that, I just lose double, right? Yeah, correct, Denji. Have time travel in the previous cases. No, Jin. What I was talking about is like in games that happen in the future. This is chronologically the first game. Oh, really? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see from this evidence as well, there are only 3 books. Also, there's one thing I'm very curious about. The woman is not dead, so she been stabbed. Shouldn't the top priority be to like give her medical attention instead of like standing there and getting a photographer to snap a picture first? You'd be like, no, don't forget to smile and say cheese. Okay, you may do first aid. But I just don't believe it. And yeah, that's just not yet. This is still pretty early into the testimony. I saw them there. I swear it. I saw them. No, madam. I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon. This is society we're talking about, Shino. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. People walk past people bleeding in the UK. Thanks for the input, Serenity. Very nice insight to how UK is like. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Idiot! Yeah, I agree with Tenshi. Singapore is probably about the same. Wait, no, Tenshi. There'll be some people taking Instagram and Facebook photos, and don't forget about that. Videos and photos. But no one will help. We'll just stand at the side, videoing it, and taking pictures. Correct. Just take out the phones to video cam. It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. Then find 4D. Yeah, Jin, you're right. Find the lucky draw numbers. What? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. All know how to eye power. So you have striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Yeah, we most likely take photos. Would that be fair? He sees right through me. But your plan has somewhat recalled against you. I got in the accident. Let me take out my phone to let everyone know while I'm missing an arm. Look guys, I'm bleeding. This guy ran over me. He chopped off my arm. Remember this face. He will chop off your arm next time. Don't worry about my missing arm. Remember this guy's face. And remember me after I died. Freaking Instagram. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony. In every respect. Oh! You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Royal Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found. Yeah, Tenshi, there you are with us. We updated the info with 4 books. Bullshit. But what about the photographic print? We happened to crop out one of the books, or it was on the other side, or some crap like that. Jialat, that's your mouth too sharp. Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print. That print? You mean to say? Okay, wait. Serenity shared. This happened in London. Using a narwhal tusk to stop a knife. He fought off the London Bridge knife man with a narwhal tusk before pinning him to the ground to help end the attack. Amazing. Then this is like literally Valor Longsword or some crap like that. Oh no, 2 people were stabbed to death. Rip. Yes, grab the first pointy object to fend off other pointy object. Ooh, look at that toss. Allow me to present another. One that shows the victim's hand. I don't believe it. It's the 4th book. Uh-oh, I see something in this picture. It's a burnt book. Jang, jang, jang. As you will observe, the 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. Oh, I didn't pay attention to the name of the book. Oof. I like how you can literally see him like face planting on his table in the zoom out. Order! Order! There! You see? You see? Look at that! Look, look, look! Yes. Just like I said, isn't it, my darling? Order! Yes, then she. Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Beat, the titles once again, if you please. Oh yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other. The picture of Monsieur Leclerc. What's it, yearnings? Canterbury yearnings. A meal for someone. A meal for Gabriel, in fact. As the court had just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional. Did you hear that, Rory? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia is flawless. But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Mrs. Beat mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print. Yeah, the guy is that poor thing. Oh wait, the Lion's Pride. This is the book that... Oh, yeah, correct. Anyway, it's a burnt book as well. Yeah, shake and do like that. I'm sorry, console, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book? I wonder, what became of that 4th book? Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel. My pleasure, my lord. Second crime scene photo has been entered. The 4th book has been entered. The book titled The Lion's Pride. It's H manga, so never put in the receipt. Yup. He just stole it. Or a separate purchase in a separate receipt. I have nothing further to add. What? Your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness' powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile. You see? Everything we said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, pet. Marry me, pet. They already married. Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? We have all heard of the witnesses and seen of the evidence. All of the evidence. This trial has run its course. All the prosecutors always do that. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. The answer is probably to object, but I will always save. Objection! Igiyari! I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend, it's over. Your last course examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There is no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... I can't think of what to say. If I may, Lord Venzix, it seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Your insignificant little Eastern Owl must be a lawless hoe indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Oh. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you'll have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. He just did a no you back at Venzix. One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance, so the court will hold you, madam. Go ahead, Mr. Sato, please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further? Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we have been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. Yes, I understand, and thank you, Mrs. Sato. Okay, it's time to investigate. Wait, wrong button. Book number 4, it is freaking burned. Oh, look at this. Look, the book has been badly burned. Damaged very recently. Book damaged by fire. Why does that raise a red flag? The book entitled The Lion's Pride. Wait a minute, The Lion's Pride? That's strange. I think I've heard of a book by that name before, and very recently too. Okay. This is it. Susato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I'm gonna save. But I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case and has hitherto been overlooked. Kurae! The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's home. We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Oh, yes, my lord. It's, Mr. Naruhodo? I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track. Yes, I think you may be right. So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case, which this fourth book conceals? What? Sokoda? Got it, I think. I will ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What do you... Good gracious! It's being burst into crisp. So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing. Idiot! Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Oh, why to concede the point if it bears no relation to the case? There is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this chart book hide? A chart book. There's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer then, counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry tomb has suffered? My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals startling truth about the book's owner. I beg your pardon? But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor after all. It's obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers. Good gracious, how can you possibly... Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes all wrong. Counsel, the defense response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book? John Garrideb. Could I? The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb. The landlords? And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but... Of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garrideb herself. Oh my goodness, me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garrideb's wife. I'm his maid. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garrideb's house? I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps, sir. Idiotic! This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say? You implicate this hardworking member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. actions are unforgivable. Igiari! This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on that day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Gary Depp's house. Good lord! What sort of incident, counsel? A fire, my lord. Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a body thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The body furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride. By Jove! The very same title that's the subject of this debate. Oh dear me! Igiari! This is risible. All I have told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in the fire. In which case it would be reasonable to assume that it was burned to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it would magically remove itself to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Gary Depp was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Gary Depp even amid the flames. Oh, how awful! I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Rowdy? Absolutely not, sir. Like Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir. She was literally strangling you earlier. Bro, take care of yourself. Had all my favourite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. There was I, backed up against the window, under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen. The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious! Are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of a crime? Igiari! No. A thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident. And there is no report of the Gary Depp's window pane being broken. That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Gary Depp household. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at a time in... Not even remotely. Let us not forget the season, and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave an open window in the middle of winter. Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, counsel? You earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Gary Depp's wife? I believe it's a possibility, my lord. That's quite enough. I think she finally revealed herself. Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward. Really? Claiming that our little team set the whole neighborhood alight? Honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance sake? How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it. All you've done is sully your family's name. No, I assure you that was never my intention. Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense? I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. You're too right. These two people really don't like him. How long have we sat here now listening to this Nipponese spouting out his fancy foreign theories? Think about it, at the end of the day, the only person who could have possibly stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the moustache. And he ran away from the scene too. Well, it will appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Benzix? In truth, my lord, I feel that these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then one must always exercise patience in order to savour the best vintage. No, wait! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... Ah, there's the leg slam. If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. What? No, forgive the discourtesy this time. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear. Six-hit combo, savage duel. Thank you for that unambiguous response. Miss Sato, the battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting. Of course, the defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. My lord, the defense asked to exercise its right to a summation examination. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. To be continued. Okay, perfect. I need to go to the bathroom. So I'll save the game. And then I'll take a short break for water and bathroom break. Everybody, I recommend you do the same thing. So I'll be right back. And I'm back. Gene, what do you mean by mushroom type? By mushroom time, do you mean this? Also,
Oh, the picture in the earlier stream. Nah. Maybe next time when I get a nicer version of it up. Okay, next. Continue. I have considered the defense counsel's request for further summation examination of the jury, and I have determined that the court must uphold the defense judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his. If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it? Deary me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tidy bit of trouble. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes. Yes, considerably more tangible arguments from all the members of the jury this time around, it seems. With one notable exception, of course. My learned student friend was unable to find the fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover, no one else was even at the scene to commit the murder. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way. It means, I'm afraid, that during the summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman and how? Those 2 details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. And then I was thinking this might be hard. No pressure. Slap. Whoa, double slap. Clearly, the key to this summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid. Or should I say, Mrs. Garridepp? With a book that disappeared from the Garridepps' house on the evening of the incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand, there must be a way to link the 2. Yes, that's what we have to find, using every technique I've learned in my short career so far. Whatever it takes. Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garridepp and how she reacts, even to the things other people say. It's so cool. Can you imagine being like, I think 18 years old and doing this bullshit already? Yeah, I remember he's about 18. If Susato is 16. Four books, not 3. The 4th book, in fact, belongs to people of the past are courageous. Yeah. Worst case scenario, just commit seppuku. You're done. Your trial at life of 16 to 18 years is over.
willing to change your decision, you mean? Oh my, such delight on your face. But I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I'm a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman. That's great. If one reads the morning paper, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? You see? Modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking. Wouldn't you say? And not at all extreme. As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite one or two minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say? Overwhelmingly. But us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know. So I'd only be too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you come up with one. Freaking conspiracy theory, lady. I'd be happy to do that too if only I could. I'm glad you omitted rational there. Mata! No windows open. I'm just like sitting by the fire and staying warm. Then what's the point of even having windows? You kindly refrain from childish bickering. Undeniable possibility that the window was open. But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not? With flames of love, or have you know? There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb. Well, he brought it upon himself. He's playing with fire to betray a fiery love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree? Oh, well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might be reason out of your misunderstanding, Miss Garrido. She's slapping the guy next to her. Never you mind that. The point is, we were just having a jovial little dispute. Nothing more. And I won't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime. He doesn't even seem to be turning her head at her relentless onslaughts. It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is. You just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here. Well, him and me both then, like I said before. I told you already, I'm a day labourer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some ladies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning. What? You heard me. My missus isn't one to mess about, you know. She can be fierce, believe you me. Another shining example of marital bliss then. Situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, you know, it's funny but I can't quite remember. Sorry? It was too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked it out. Helpful. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a long while ago. It gave me the sneezes. Sorry? What's that? You have to speak up, lad. Could you tell us more about that fire? It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on the top, it did. What a sight to behold it was. We put candles on a cake. What? Was it some kind of devil worship? Of Of course not, it was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously. Seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain. Anyway, I mustered all my path to blow them out, only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but candles went flying all over the room. The furniture caught, and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke. Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezers, I presume you mean a cold? But how did you catch a cold from a fire? What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then because the whole room had to be filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it. Tang tang tang, windows are open. The windows. The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. I caught a terrible cold from it. It put me in hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry. I knew it was devil worship all along. Save game. Winter houses are dire. You have to open windows to clear the smoke. No, winter house fires are dire. Yeah, that's when you get the chill gets to you, see? Igiari! These two juror statements clearly contradict one another. You do? How exactly? Huh? What's that you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up. Juror number 3. Do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6 account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Oh! Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Gary Depp household. And Mr. Gary Depp had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke. Oh, my hat! He's drinking so much tea. Chotto! Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Mrs. Garrida. Oh dearie me! What's the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? What? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with the smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did? Oh, alright then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering. Even though your house was on fire. Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise. Wait, what? Why? I'm gonna have to go through all that crap again. Okay, so I hold the B button. Blah 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 blah. Okay, talk to her. Pursue. Okay, now I got this. Save. I did. That's the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now I come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Because I couldn't, you insolent little man, I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on, as well, you know. I really don't. Barely notice of throwing a book, much less the title of it. This guy's face. Chotto! You know something? I remember what it was, that memory I blocked out. Ah, he was listening to what this granny was saying, brought it all back, flooding back. Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Gary Depp or the maid, I'll have you know. The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got home after work, right? I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard the half of it, boy. Wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck into the wall next to me, it did. About an inch deep. No words. Just terror. Could smell it then, you know, the god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. Mr. Nahodo, you mustn't think that all women are short-tempered and unrefined. No, I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household objects at people is... well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor. Using a bow or the like. What? Attack? Who are you going to attack? Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think. We'll go back to the bow and arrow thing again if I dare. Are they all like freaking... oh no! Did she throw the knife out of the window and stab the woman by accident? GG's. I'm not sure who's around listening to this, but it's possible. The list of things she's thrown at me has grown along with our relationship. There's a cup, a glass, then a pot, a kettle, a chair, a wardrobe, a cooker, a bathtub. Your wife must be even beefier than you. And things came to a head last week when she threw me right into the Thames. Dude, she's not so bad when she calmed down. She's a little sweetheart, really.
I'm so happy for you. These whole ideas of ladies first they were so obsessed with was taught up by some clever lads who've been tossed in the Thames too many times by their wives. Yeah, I would also like to see the wife. Okay, let me save. I have some ammunition now. You mean they don't... wait. These two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection. Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain at once. Do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? We have demonstrated that the fourth book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garrideb's room at the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garrideb household to the street below. What's that now? After all, Mrs. Garrideb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened. Now you listen here, your Eastern GAA. As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it? I'm really taking a big gamble here. There was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that, at the very least, this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense theory. The other object that found its way from the Garrideb household to the scene of the crime was... Could I? Juror number 4, Mrs. Garrideb. What? What now? What now? I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Ah, good lord, counsel. What on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged into the victim's back, man. My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garrideb was hurling anything she could at her husband, who had been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed land at the crime scene. I can't seriously believe that the book was found in the victim's grasp. Are you saying that it flew out of the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand? Huh. Even my missus hasn't got an aim like that. Yes, I admit, there are many details we don't know yet. We don't yet understand. Hi Kage, you're here to tell me that you love Red Helm. Interesting. What made the change, Kage? I would like to know. But that's the point. That's precisely why. We must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Aha, learning the fight and his AI. Oh my! Oh. Mrs. Garrideb, your answer please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Oh, Tut. My lord, I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all. Thank you, madam. Yes, I agree.
I certainly didn't see this coming back. I just don't think it'd be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions. But yeah, Kage, I suppose you get what I mean about the fight being good. Yes, the hit zones aren't the best, but the fight is actually not a bad fight. It's okay to be like lukewarm towards it, but you cannot call it a bad fight. It caps out at like below average. You cannot bring it lower than that. Fuck the hit zone, you don't care about them anymore. Oh my god, Jean, please, I don't want another smoke bomb. Like I already said, putting aside the hit zones, Red Helm is a very good fight. Granted, I'm still a bit shit at deciphering when he's going to swipe or like run straight through me. Also, you didn't like the fight, not that it was a bad one. Yeah. What Mango and I were just saying that it's not a bad fight. We didn't say you had to like it. We're just saying objectively it's not a bad fight. You cannot call it a bad fight, it's a good fight. Hit zones may be trash, fine. We'll give it to you. Personal preference, you may not like it, fine. But objectively speaking, it's a well-rounded fight. That's what the point we were making. Lovely. Another one to the Red Helm gang. I consider this a win. Yeah, you like Crystal Beard too, so yeah. Honestly speaking, I don't hate Crystal Beard. I just panic whenever he starts rolling, that's all. Other than that, I'm perfectly fine with fighting him. I've had to agree. Not that I think the granny did it. Mine. Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gents. Pop, 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 pop. One fainted juror and one guy that can't hear anything. we did it! Oh, Seth is still alive and awake. I'm not sure if you have been paying attention to the proceedings, Seth, but I think this has been a pretty interesting turn of events so far. I find this is why I like the Ace Attorney game so much. The biggest weakness about the entire game series is that once you have played it once, you need to cool down for a really long time before you can play it again, because you will remember all the solutions and stuff. Now then, Lord Van Zix, how does the prosecution still wish to proceed? Glug 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 glug. Time for more wine. This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. He drinks, he's gonna crush it. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. You have still been here. Oh, he threw it, he didn't even crush it. Angry boy. What follows is so repugnant, it's good for nothing, save the gutter. If I may, Lord Van Zix, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond. But let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourself better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? It should really be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garrideb household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garrideb's house to the scene is some... yes, 15 yards. Let me see, 15 yards. That's around 14 meters. 14 meters? Oh, that's a little further than I imagined. And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted having potential significance. The fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smouldering book, wantonly held by the lady of the house, travelled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife allow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's head? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. 14 meters isn't really that far, especially if you think it's like thrown off like the second or third level of a house. So yeah, I agree. It seems quite possible. You can throw it off like the third level. Oh, Jay, you want to see again? The flying knife can fly the exact near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the bag. The book maybe cannot, but oh, I mean the flying knife can what? Yeah, maybe. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. There's nothing I can say to that. The prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Miss something. Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he? Maybe let's take our battles here. Hello? Might I be allowed to speak? As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead. The prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its view. And as such, the court has the duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. Wow, MVP. She's a goat. To that end, juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Gary Depp, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Saves a life! Cross-examination of the juror? The poor couple, their outfits are all patched up. Order! Well, yes. This is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness. Igiari! Oh my god. He just threw the bottle away. And unnecessary. Lord Van6. There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. Oh no, I can't take any more videos, I'm sad. Too many MHGU clips. If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assume they will be able to testify accordingly. What say you, witnesses? Yes, sir. Constable Rolly Bit, reporting for duty, sir. Well, good morning, officer. Sorry for dozing off until now. Sir, I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir. Oh, they are so heroic, these London bobbies. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, Rolly, my hero, you make me soon. Very well, I hereby reject the defense request. Oh, and order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense alternative explanation of events. Yes, sir. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Gary Depp. Believe me, a London bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Gary Depp house are top-hinged casements. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was undisturbed. I didn't take my eye off the side crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. I thought he was sleeping. Yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time. Constable. No, sir. It's not ironic that early on we had a yes sir, no sir. After playing chess for so long, he wake up. Why play chess, Jin? What exactly is a top hinged casement window? And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. Of course, sorry. I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Chinese saying. 打麻将啊? Yeah, I don't know, sia. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garridet's room. Alright, I'll try. Yeah, I don't think I've actually heard of it, Jin. So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. But as it's a top hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see? Suddenly you feel old. A little bit. I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay. A metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents it opening? This is all news to me. Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. No. You see the problem then? Good. Your education in Windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife travelling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already. That cunt. Did you see that, Rolly? The young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me. Oh, Rudy, you're so strong. Are we still on this book? No, Bastian, we have moved further ahead. We won already. Gee, what if the woman got stabbed then she walked over to the other side? Who does that? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet and already my argument's been destroyed. Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. My lord. Oh good, another desperate situation. Cross-examination. Okay, safe. Because I always do this. Mata! How can you say that for certain? Very good question, sir. Answer is this. Petrol, at home, blah blah blah. Long-suffering wife. I tell you that Bobby's good for his work. While rubbing my tired eyes admittedly, sir. Oh Rudy, you're so manly. Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh Pat. Oh Rudy. No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garridet? Ah, I see. You can say so earlier. Yes, well, did you answer the question? That was a waste of time there. That's one thing. Yes? I very much... Wait. Like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London Bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived. So to the end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you. I'll try. That's nice of you. Policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his own. Any crime fall under the jurisdiction. Mr. What is good? Okay. Mata! Being fully open. Area of air. Where the object would have fallen. Would it have been so hard for someone to mention this casement thing before? Another question for you, Constable. How do you even know? Why would you have an idea of what sort of windows they have their house furnished with? I helped with the investigation yesterday. Chotto! Sorry? You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? Oh, just remembering, that's all. We really were so lucky. Lucky? What do you mean? Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we're just so lucky it didn't happen on Roddy's beat. We were so close, you see. Oh, I hadn't realized. Oh yes, the street, Briar Road. That's the boundary between Roddy's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love? Constable Beat. Oh, yes, that's right. That's the reason why I was helping out interviewing the occupants of the Gary Depp household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see, sir. That really was cutting it close then. Constable, I was wondering if you could clarify something. Could it be that they pushed the lady to the other beat? I don't know, maybe. If the Gary Depp household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well? Outside Mr. Gary Depp's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see. I was unaware of that. Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby after all. Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Roddy for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling? That must be it, Pat. My love. That must be it. This is very specific information. There's a slight chance that maybe they push the body. Nah, it can't be. Lucky star, the star that will guide us to eternal happiness. If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star. And if I seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let really be an inspector, I would have said. 3 times at least. Of course, what with the smoke and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars. In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you? Yes, sir, that is correct, sir. As sure as the night sky in London is starless, sir.
yes. Oh, Jean, the smoke they mean like it's just like a foggy London sky. Nothing to do with the fire. Had been on Rolly's beat, I would know exactly where I was going, of course. Why the maid faint then? She must be guilty. Probably there's something related to it. I don't know. Can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat. So Rolly told me the way. One day I got sort of a little lost on the way. Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Smog and smoke are pretty different. Are they really? I'm not sure. So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed. I was off duty at the time, of course, but the true Bobby is never really off duty, so... Mata! Nothing to report? That's correct, sir. And my eyes never look away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing else was removed from it. I can say to that on the yard's honor. Well, they are both gases for sure, but they are created from different things turning into vapor and gases. You might be right there. But I don't know. I don't know how technical the game might go. I hyper-focus onto. This burnt copy was originally in the Gary Depp household. So how did it find its way into the hands of the victim? Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well. Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As you can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene. Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. She picked up the book and crossed the road. I mean, that's one thing I was thinking of. Can I ask you something, please, Mr. Lawyer, sir? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? You're adopting us, aren't you? I can tell. What? I wasn't really... I mean, what's she doing? Somebody inside the knife to snatch the money. Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word. I am. I really don't remember ever suggesting that I adopted you. But is a knife a type of smog or smoke? That's just asking the real questions there. I do not know. Let's investigate it together. So, what does this knife look like to you? Smoke or smog? This is gonna be a dumb conversation of the night. Yes, the tip of the knife is broken. I already know about that. You say small. Okay. I have no clue. No excuses. I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. Can you imagine if a girlfriend or wife like does this to you? Mega stressful. My lord, you let me speak, won't you? Yes, Mrs. B. I'll allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. The power of least resistance is the sage one. I heard that! Watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't. Duly noted, Mrs. B. Please, I humbly ask you to continue. What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes too. Mrs. B, nobody's questioning what you have told us. I I saw it, I did. That evening, I saw it clearly. The little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back slinking away from the scene. Ah. And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knife flying through the sky. God, I'm already at this for 5 hours and I've cleared like the first save point in the previous stream. All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction. Oh, yes, well, that's a little embarrassing really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place and I've made arrangements to meet early. He gets ever so cross. Haha. Chotto! Constable Beak, is there a problem? Huh? No sir, no problem sir. Your wife remarked just now brings something to mind perhaps? Oh, well, yes, in a way sir, yes sir. I mean the same thing happened that evening is all. You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15. Oh, really? You're such a tease. But the reason I was so long was because of the bouquet. Wait, what? But the reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly. The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about? Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Really so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and half pennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds. Yes, how romantic. I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling? Ah! Oh yes. But that was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. We have to promise. Really? Oh. What was that all about? Constable B looked very obviously troubled during the exchange. I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight. I'm quite sure of one thing. You have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet. Mrs. Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned, I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please. Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to. ... What happened was, I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while. What? How does that even become a thing? You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime? Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back, I was so shocked. I dropped the bouquet because the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first. And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on? Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see? That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all. In case you need reminding, Mrs. B, the victim is not deceased. The body. I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road. Your husband, presumably? That's right, see me, I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think how it got there, I really can't. Yup, he possibly moved the body. No, it's not about the woman being dead. I think he might have moved the body so that he will have time off. So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Royal Road to the opposite. Curious indeed. Isn't it? But the worst of all is I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. The beautiful rose really bought me with that chain from the gutter he spent so long collecting. By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose? Oh, yes, that's it. That's the bouquet Roddy bought me for our anniversary with old bits of change he found in the gutter. Maybe let's call it a rose. Tell us, Lord Van Zix, where did you come by the flower? A
According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Gary Depp household. In front of the Gary Depp's house? Although it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the Tower Fair. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Could I have it back now, please? Yes, Jin. I think it's the original crime scene too. So the book probably dropped, plop. Then the lady saw it, she bent down to pick it. Then after the knife, plop, hit the thing and dropped down, and that's how it landed in her bag. That's my conspiracy theory on how she got hit instead. Now, I think for good measure, these rules should be added to the court record as evidence. Oh. Yeah, we solved it. The game doesn't think so yet. It was the smoke that killed the victim. Yes, it solidified into a knife and dropped down onto the victim. The victim's still alive. But it's a symbol of our love. But let me just show. She's alive. She's not dead. Remains unconscious. Yes, for now. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back. Good grief. Rest assured that I'll do at the very best not to forget Mrs. B. Does shade count as a smoke or smoke? Smoke? I have no clue. Because someone's throwing shade. The mysterious fire burned the rose. GG rose. I have one very curious thing to say, but I haven't really said it yet. Yeah, you're getting tired, but you want to see what happens next. I mean, you can always watch the VOD. You just need to remember the timestamp of 5 hours 12 minutes. Oh my god. And then continue from there. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hands of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Aha! Will it be a different copy, sir? Oh wait, I already talked about this, didn't I? I think we all roughly know what happened already. I'm just not sure how I'm supposed to get to that point where the game says yes, you found it. The adventure of the clouded kokoro. I pressed A by accident. And also because I'm familiar with how the game works, I know it's probably one of the new updates. The pavement where the victim was found lies just outside his beat. But yeah, by the way, any crimes that fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on the beat, the policeman must assist with initial investigation and help detectives. And after you go back to the earlier part, the case file, reporting officer, it's him, not the other guy that they call. But I'm not sure what to present.
could be the roles. But even if I present the roles, which statement? Oh wait, I think it was this, right? Just now they had a conversation about this part being off. Let me see. Nope. Rose with the beat. Okay, it's not this one. I did this earlier already, so yeah. We talk too much. I mean, what was I expecting? This is a freaking visual novel style game. Wait, we would have seen it. Wrong. We can argue the Rose location after she returned with the rope that Rolly walked. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so she said this one. What? I'm just gonna try this because I'm clueless. Okay, wrong. Help. I know the solution, I just don't know how to get there. Or at least I think I know the solution. Help, I'm stuck. Nothing strange to report on that front. Aha! You claim, Constable Beat, there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be. What do you mean to say? Can you examine the roles and any of the photos again? Yes, Seth, actually I can. So I can talk to... Oh right, I actually didn't investigate the roles.
newspaper. You wrapped a stone-baked sweet potato in English newspaper. I think there's nothing special about the flower. English rose. Beautiful flower. He knows 3 types of flower. Plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom. Fruit based. Yeah, like you can look at the photos, stuff like that. Explained to the court earlier that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby. Igiari! Yes, on the opposite side of Royal Road to where the victim was attacked. Okay, stream delay, don't worry, I suspected as much, Seth. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described. The position of the knife is sideways. Yes, I noticed it. I'm quite sure she got stabbed while picking up the book, because the knife just fell on her back. And the tip is probably chipped because it collided with the window or something. Blown in the wind across the street back to the gutter where it belongs. Meter? Igiari. If that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact? No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore that on Scotland Yard's honour. But the bouquet belonged to me, it had nothing to do with the case. That's why Rory didn't mention it, I'm sure. No, because sadly it's not only a bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Gary Depp's book. Thrown out the wife, supposedly landed there. Who has struck the pain and landed on the west side of the road, but yet it's found on the east. In the meanwhile, according to the testimony we heard, her bouquet was dropped on the east, and in fact, it appeared on the west. There's no logical explanation for these things, unless somebody deliberately moved them. What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong. Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Oh, she's awake. She's no longer fainted. Wittering on about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is. Oh good, she's come back. You might call it nitpicking, but deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called tampering. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it for a very subtle but compelling reason. Igiari! Tampering? You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Yes, there's someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime? Could I? So many table slams so far. Yep, I game God. Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rolly Beat. It was you. Ah, the theme song. What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard? What nonsense! Why would I really do something like that? No one straighter than my husband. Nobody works more tirelessly than for the people of London. Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it. Yeah, Jin, for you to take a break or something. You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about the Japanese man in the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it. You got it. Table slam. If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it. Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Oh well. You got it. First, you make accusations about landlord and his wife. Now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. If there's no one, then it's you, unless you got alibi. Yeah. You claim the crime scene was tampered with, but there's only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something. That's right. He's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there. That's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense. We have offered no motive for this alleged tampering. And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. If you manage to solve the mystery, Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. Your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for his alleged tampering. Save time. I'm also going to save game. My god, this chapter 4 is so long, and this chapter 5 is going to be even worse. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the bouquet fell. Where the bouquet fell to the ground. That's what he had to cover up at all costs. And why exactly? Oh well, of course the reason is you have something to hide, my learned friend. Or it seems you're unwilling to share the reason with the court. Or could it be perhaps that no reason exists? What? That's wrong? I thought it was that. Dude, I am the shadow lurking at FF14 streams and Monster Hunter. That's true, Jin's always lurking. Playing Necro Slug Commander. Oh, his victim fell, so he'll be out of his jurisdiction. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up. What? Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Royal Road, we saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know. That's certainly what everyone has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all. What? What? I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime scene actually took place that evening? Could I? But that's on the opposite side of the road. I don't understand. On the evening in question, Mr. Garridad's book fell directly down from the open window above. And your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself. Good gracious! Idiot! Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground.
and he saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid. That was actually on the west side of Briar Road. No, that's not true. It can't have been. Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in his print. The victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything in fact to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road. Extraordinary. But the constable overlooked one thing. What? What did he overlook? The bouquet, I presume. Exactly. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Lenzik said it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously. Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Rolly Beat? He's going to awaken. He's no longer sleeping. I think. Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Oh, really? It isn't true, is it? My lawyer said blah blah blah. You're the most outstanding righteous man I know. I had a dream, a terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed. Only it seems it wasn't a dream at all. Good golly. Order! 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 What on earth is the meaning of all this? Oh really? Why? Why would you do something like this? She's still doing the sparkly fangirl face. Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it? Wishing the victim dead should be one too. She called it a corpse. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London Town. Oops, wrong button. I'm holding the whole controller in my left hand right now. Right hand is just pressing the buttons. I can't say sir. What? I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation. For everything. Want to spend time with my wife and sleep. That's my guess as well. A possible explanation for why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. And yet, Lord Van Zieks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence. At once, my lord. Okay, save. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions? It's probably his wife, so it has to be the flower. Could I? I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I've only just arrived from Japan. Which is why all this information about the London so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honourable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways.
There's no doubt the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? How? On account of this bouquet, my lord. Oh yes, it was our very first wedding anniversary. Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal, when he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement in front of them, what must have gone through the man's mind? But sir, just on one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up a lot with being married to a Bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend me earlier. Inside, among the rules of patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Aha! Constable Beat. Yeah, Jane, that's sad music now. Constable Beat. Is that or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said, it's alright. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat. Oh. Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat. Good gracious. Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done? It was the first time since I became a copper that I ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight, of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of a crime, so I told Pat she had to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the beat next to mine, Pat. So you have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Maelstrom Street, and then oh, he's crying. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, Constable. I just wanted, just that one night, to take my Patricia out for dinner. Really? Just that one night. You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighbouring beat's care. You see, I thought, well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see. I beg your pardon? Oh, of course he did. Otherwise my Rolly never would have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement. Ah, I see your meaning now. But God got me back from my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pet. Oh no, Rolly, that was all my fault. I never should have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm sorry, Rolly. It looks like all crimes can be classified into 14 categories, just like the movie Detective Chinatown 3. I don't know what the categories are. But it's probably like what, revenge, love, money, I don't know what else, accident, fun, self-defense, something like that, probably. Smoke, yeah, and smog, there's two of them. And can you tell us, Constable? Why is he eating his head though? He's hungry. He hasn't had enough sleep or anything in a long time. How many books did you move from the one side of the road to the other in total? 4 it was. Yes sir, definitely 4. 3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Garrideb household, of course. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean. Oh, well sir, that's because that's how I found it. How you found it? What do you mean? You're going to say because it's a topic, but never mind then. You're not wrong there. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. You are sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding? Oh yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir. Interesting. No, only the 4th book came from the house, Jin. The other 3 came from the bookshop. Thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There are only the 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it. My lord. Yes, Lord Van Zieks. I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw. He's going to do some bullshit like say, yes, you have concluded the body was moved, but it doesn't change that the guy could have stabbed. He's still going to push for the guy being guilty. Always mourning at him for coming home late. Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired. One last thing, Constable. Sir? Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. Yes, sir. Carve that lesson into your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime. Never again, sir? You mean to say? Leave, now. This trial is not yet over. Sir! There's a little glimmer of hope that he's not going to get fired. Third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime. Principally that the accused is the only one that can still have committed a crime. I knew it! Piece of shit. All of us viewers already know what's going on. What could probably happen.
Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who will be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already.
Lord Van Zix, is this true?
Very well. Name the person if you will. And if further investigation is warranted, the prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. Help me guys, this is going on for 5 hours 45 minutes and it's still not over.
Could I?
Cross-examination of a new witness. My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garrider.
Me? Dare me! Igiari!
The request has already been denied,
Igiari!
but the situation is very different now. Mr. Garrider, answer me this.
What do you want now, you little toad?
We need to re-examine the books. Yes, Bastian, we are still freaking hell stuck on the goddamn books. It's been like 2-3 hours. It's so tragic. At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire started. And to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out onto the road. Well, what of it? You threw his book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open, top hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident.
Yes, and as I said, what of it?
During the incident, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garrider. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid your eyes on it before?
Ah!
I don't recall it. Seriously? Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there in all that regalia already said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he? Conveniently, yes.
Igiari!
No, I have no recollection of saying that. Oh, juror number 4. Oh! Make no mistake. You jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out. And yeah, Jane, she might fail one more time, I guess, later. But that's just a common or garden knife. It could come from anywhere. With several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know? What's that? Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Miss Garrider? Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. You hear? I couldn't bear it. Oh, the poor woman. So, yes, I want evidence. I want hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife, if that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop, do your worst. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, if I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have already thrown it at her. Then take the stand, juror. Oh! The prosecution does not object to the defense request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Van Zix. I'm going to have to testify? Juror number 4? Suck it and go down. Or we finally say go down and suck it. Witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Oh dearie. Mark my words, in this court of law today we shall extract the truth. Then does her vote still count? I honestly don't know.
This is very exciting though. Such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. Witness, state your name and occupation. When the other lawyer agrees and pulls the juror out of the stand trial. Outro anime song. Find out on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Totally, it actually felt like a very good time to put a stop, but I think there's not much left in this case. There's probably one or two more, cause testimonies from her and then we should be done. And well, I'm a juror and such like. That's my occupation. She doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid. But what if they bring you another book? Please, no. Western, no. I've had enough of the books. We've been stuck with this one single goddamn book for like 3 hours. Next stream title. Table ran into my hand 5 times. That's actually a very good one. Table slammed into my hand 5 times. Slammed into my hand twice, 2 times, and once 1 time. Dumb stuff like that. Do not attempt to hide the truth. Oh, terrible. Oh, the husband's here. Oh, I didn't know you're here, John. He's looking... What? Why not the book slammed into you? Why does his arm look like he has no arm? But that's her husband. Wasn't only you in the room that day at Oteng, was it? Oh my freaking god! Look at the sparkly eyes from this maiden. Oops. Maiden? Yeah, exactly. Rather, I think I ought to testify as well, don't you? But what about your knee, dear? Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. Yeah, them chicks. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone. Oh, John! Oh my god, this is so dumb. I presume you are Mr. John Gary Deb? Yes, sir, former lieutenant, second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Cumberland Fusiliers, sir. Although if you can just place his pipe on like the teapot, the platter thing. Quiet life, were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question? Yeah, what a title the guy has. Former 2nd Lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers. 2nd of the 3rd of the 4th. Amazing. Ah, well, yes. Quite. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. So, at once. Well, I'm approaching the 6th hour. I want to end this chapter before I stop. The wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Sure thing, bro. Knocked the candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon headed out, though, and got the window open. Another stream title. Slams the table once to the power of 5. No, Kirana, that doesn't work. 1 to the power of 5 is still 1. Do your math properly. Meanwhile, I was picking whatever I could find to throw at him. Ta-da! Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say if I noticed if one or two were missing, I'm afraid. If that body thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, we'll have a job proving it, I think. It sounds as though there was quite a battlefield in your household that evening. Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seemed. Oh, you forgot the question mark. Kirara doesn't know math? Dig in and take defensive measures. Yeah, slamming table 5 times to the power of 1 makes more sense. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we would have been toast. Also, he's freaking wearing his badge! I just realized. To the power of 5. Because it's 5 times the power. Good joke. Because it nets Whisker from death at any moment. Are we still talking about marital quarrel here? These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. You've been watching for a bit and you think you're already on table slam number 271. You might be right there. Ha! I guess correctly, this will be the last... Wait, actually I don't need save here. Last course examination. Those tables had it coming. Yeah, you completely missed like the freaking leg table slam earlier. The prosecutor has a few moments where he slams the table with his foot. Like think of like taekwondo or slamming kick, the kind that you use to slam the chest or the top of the head. Something like that, but a bit less flexible. He just bangs his heel on it. Okay, good night Seth, thanks for hanging out. Remember the 6-hour mark if you want to continue. It's getting late, I mean early for you. What are we proving? We're proving that the knife belongs to them. You want to see Vampire Kun and evaporate the glass. Right. Smoke and smoke are weapons. Mata! Reason! That's what you told us yesterday. Passionate note. Hell on earth. Yeah, Kira, you also missed the moment when he threw the freaking wine glass into the candle, into the standing lamp. It just explodes into fire. Half of it was wide of the mark. He's scared. A likely story. It was the moment you were showering or something, setting something up, yeah. Mata! Mata! Yeah, the water runs very deep. Some bath water around the evening, so he sloshed that about to put it out. Ours is 3-story house town on the west side of the street where the water main isn't connected yet. Have to draw water from a public water pump during the day to do it early. The lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although that little mustache Japanese man buys water in bottles. That really sounds Japanese. He has a stipend for his studies in his home country. Have you actually seen the state of the man? He uses all his income to buy books. Mata! Mata! I try and find the opening to object. More important to extinguish the anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw! That is most certainly not true of Susato takedown. How did you know I was looking there? So, let's cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife, a knife, among the items that you threw at your husband that day? You know, honestly, I don't recall. I feel must point out that I'm not. Let me see, some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, a sponge, a napkin. Chotto! Do you have something to add, sir? Mr. Gary Depp. Don't shoot! Ah, sorry, I beg your pardon. 272 table slams. Your wife's remark just now brings something to mind. Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker I simply recall. Yeah, his face says it all. Ouch. And the woman's aim is uncanny. She landed a... She just poured tea into his pipe. At home she always pours tea into his cup and flows his cup. Oh dearie me, I'm so sorry dear. Why is she even doing a teapot in here? I'm actually impressed that the teapot is still hot. The tea. Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously. Well, take a look at this there. How do you suppose that happened? Your pipe, sir. I had this thing in my hand at you, as usual, at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did. Yes. And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I like to see a sponge do that kind of damage. You need to apply protection of weakness. You would never have been sent flying unless you were hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now. You want to exaggerate, aren't you, dear? I wonder what we should make of this account. It could be important. Table Sam 273. The defense believes Mr. Garrett remarked just now to be of great significance. And now he's drinking from the pipe, pretty much. Betray a fiery wife and pipes as well as hearts may be broken. Might. Would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir? Well, I don't see why not. Oh, dearie me. Ingratiate yourself with a young lady. Would you guys consider the hammer hitting the gavel thingy a table slam? Because if it is, that will be 274. Now the pipe is under questioning. Jang, jang, jang. Go ahead, interrogate the pipe. Who are you? Where are they? Where are they? Who paid you to do this? Tell me now. A pipe hunting Hondo. I'm quite sure we have some that are something like a pipe. Not 100% but something like it. And then like instead of like music sounds you have like smoke sounds instead, right? Also, do you realize that she just poured tea into this? Barros and pipe. There we go. Lester knows that there's a pipe. Something stuck in there, I think. Let's turn it over and give it a shake. No, he's saying Barros. Like the mud dino, not the Senbariov. There's a difference. friends, Kirara. Read. I know it's difficult without a brain, but read. Bar off, yes, you finally realized. I don't know, you need to check, I'm not too sure. The mud puppy has a hunting horn, that is called the sandpipe. Tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. The tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be. I got you, Kirara. Looks like a tip of blade or something. I was wondering when the tip will come in. It was hidden inside a goddamn pipe. Something niggling me. This could be pretty dangerous among certain communities. Oh yeah, Kirara, I can investigate the broken part of the pipe. I just didn't. You need a table slam Twitch reward. Like, do you want me to make one, or do you want one for your own channel? That's the difference. Okay, I can investigate the broken part of the pipe. Let's go. It looks to be a sorry state with a bandage around it, doesn't it? Let's try and shout out a warning. We can't afford to replace it. We should make one so we can slam too. It's just like... I can't slam too hard because it's freaking 3 AM. I don't want to wake my mother up. I will make one for my channel because it'll be funny. I actually agree. By the way guys, if you scroll down below and take a look at my sound reward... Oh, thanks for the level up. Mizo, why is still awake? I noticed you. Notice me, senpai. Hi, Destron, I noticed you. But yes, I was going to say I have a objection sound alert that needs beats. Very apt for this game. Final Fantasy 14. Nice. Objection! Thank you for the 10 bits. I made it really cheap. Freaking Western, what smoke style? Go away. Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo. Just the tip. Just at the tip. Explosion is coming. Small piece of the blade appears to be missing. Yeah, obligatory just the tip joke here. Dum, 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 dum. I'm receiving healing after getting exploded. Oh my, it's a perfect fit. Oh, I just need level up. And another notice me, senpai. Yes, Kiara, I noticed you. Master! Even though there's no other credible possibility if Mr. Natsume is innocent. 274. You forget my Nipponese friend. You know, I can fudge the numbers by just like consistently pressing on this statement because he will always slam whenever I do that. Establish that the accused is not responsible for the attack. Now that you have noticed me, I'm pregnant. Okay, I remember Monica was the mother, right? Oh no, Monica was the father, you're the mother. Congratulations, Kirara. I'm gonna be a mommy! Exactly. Okay, it's time to present the tip. Just that little tip. I'm gonna save first though. Okay, 3, 2, 1, say it with me. Igiari! Objection! Mr. Gary Depp, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please? You can ask, but I can't see a body thing. +1. You can't? You used to call me Dead-Eye Depp, back in the regiment, of course, but that was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days, I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest. Oh, he does. Dear me, it's rather wearing being asked about every other letter and every other word. You must be very... you must be very busy. You must be very dizzy. Doozy. How does he get his own name right? What's his family name again? Garribed. Gary. Maybe that's a pun, actually. Is there a meaning? Is there like a meaning to the word Garribed? Because Gary Depp. What is that? A tiny scrap of metal? Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. 275. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Gary Depp's pipe. My pipe, you see? By Jove, I wonder how that got there. The name Gary Depp. And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road? That's not a table slam, but that's a face slap. Sherlock Holmes short stories. Is it? I never knew that. Interesting. +1 to face slap. PMD on Discord. Okay, thanks. I'll check it out later. What? And I put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record. I believe this tiny fragment of metal would unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. He's standing on a box. And also, did I see wrongly, or did his ass show his underwear? I have no space for clips on my Switch anymore, so I can't like even take a clip even if I wanted to. She's short, bro. Let her be. No, you Caucasians are supposed to be tall. It's only the Asians that are short. God damn it. I will laugh at every short Caucasian that I can. No, that's not how it works. You appear rather confident in the extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well then. Present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case? Obviously the book. It was the book all along. Cry! This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see there is a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing. A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in the victim's bones. And what of this particular knife? No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim. Igiari! No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Gary Depp's pipe. Oh, good grief, Lord Van Zix. I don't believe it! The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match. Give me the lid. Good golly gosh! He got critical hit. Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? Oh yes, he's weak. But hold on, I'm more entertained in this. Did anyone not notice his butt? That was what I was talking about just now, but I couldn't clip. First I was like, she's standing on the box. Then next moment I was like, hold up. Oh my god, he's still doing the oh my god face pose. Oh my god, it's so accurate. Even his wig is off center. Okay, I've screenshotted what I wanted to screenshot. Order! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? Casually, stands around the katana in the courtroom. Just like a true Japanese, Nipponese. This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle? So Manzik has figured it out, has he? Counsel! Explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is, when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Gary Depp's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony. It's a miracle his spine is in his pipe. Exactly. It's the reason why he's supporting himself with the walking stick now. It clicked in your head. What clicked? You know how I got there. Would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Kiara, is this what the Great Jiggle looks like? In Monster Hunter Stories. I present to you the successor to the Great Jiggle. It's called the Great Wobble. During the argument between these two that occurred, she was grinding her teeth, of course. Inside her mouth. It's like Mrs. Gary Depp flung this knife at her husband. The knife missed and struck the pipe in his hand, which caused the tip to break off. Good lord! Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Gary Depp's pipe. You were thinking what? The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1. You're thinking that she poured the tea and the knife sharp was inside the teapot. Why? There was no relation to it. I thought you were joking actually. She poured the tea and the metal. Oh, I mean because of that scene that she poured it in. Okay, fine, that's fair. And yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. And after losing its tip, just the tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window. Ah. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Gary Depp's house, the knife will block the water. No, it's just a tiny shot. It's the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back of the street, on the street below. Oh gosh, oh dear, oh no! Igiari! Table kick, table kick, table kick, table kick, table kick. No, but he has the wine again. Is he going to throw it? Is he going to throw it? A full-bodied theory, I'll give you that. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points possibly arranged to create an almost possible vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friends characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument. We are excited for the wine glass. He also missed it earlier. He chucked the wine glass behind him earlier and it smashed against a wall. But after all, it's just a theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see... Ah, there it is! Ooh, I love that table slam. It's sport by an insurmountable inconsistency. I know what the inconsistency is. If you drop that way, it will have hit the head. Why is it in the middle of her back? It's going to say that. Leg slam is a thing now. It's a thing for this guy. Let me just say this. Every prosecutor in all the games has had a different way of slamming the tables. Now, in the first game, the guy just does a single hand slam, very firm. In the second game, the prosecutor whips the table. In the third game, the guy slams a cup of coffee on the table. In the fourth game, the prosecutor slams the wall behind him. In the fifth game, I actually don't remember. In the sixth game, there's a prayer beat style slamming. Yeah, I'ma do the wall thing to a girl, but with my leg. Yes, do it, Kiara. Film it. Get your friend to record it on Instagram or something. I like this pose too. But yeah, this guy's table slam is a kick. He does not get tired even though Shino paused here. Exactly. The victim was found with the knife planted in the middle of her back. See, I knew it. He was going to point it out. Yes, in her... Ah! That's right, you silly little man! So sad. But at least now I know how she slaps. And how I got there. There was no need to slap me. I know. She always hits the guy on her left. Now Joan Oting. Oh my god, it disappeared. I like how they added all these dumb animations into this game. Like, the game would have been fine without it, but because they added all of these extra stupid things in, it makes it so much more fun to appreciate. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above, boom! There we have it. There's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back. You like how the body did not move, and he threw it, yes. More butt cheeks. Now the only thing you're missing is him throwing the actual entire wine bottle away. Quite right, you see, that's exactly right. If the knife had fallen from her from above. It was struck her on the top of her head. So before the 5-hour mark. No. Knew it! Never liked his theory in the first place. You appear the defense has made a rather spectacular blunder. If a theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, is history. By the way, Phoenix Wright actually does this pose as well. So he inherited it from his great-great-grandfather or some shit like that. This guy is the great-grandfather or great-great-grandfather. He's the ancestor. We were so close. I could see the truth. I was so sure we were there on the right track. But now the way has been blocked completely. By just one simple inconsistency. Or in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency and the theory was there. Miss Sato. You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all. Your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there. Who's this chick anyway?
Here you go. Yes, her yukata is pretty. A judicial assistant sent to Britain on a study tour. She's the epitome of a refined Japanese lady and a huge help to me anyways. She's the assistant for the main character. And she's only 16 years old. And he's 18. Who's the Maho Shoujo in the center? This is the Watson of the series. Like, you know, Sherlock Holmes and Watson. She's an inventor. She's adorable. I like her a lot. But look at how old this guy is. He's freaking 32. And then you're freaking 18 years old going up against him. All the balls. "32-year-old bully." Exactly. It seems like you have nothing to say, my Japanese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed. Igiari! He screamed objection from this pose. Holy crap. It means I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test! Table slam. Yes! If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way they could have hit her in the middle of the back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying? Counsel? There's a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer. Goodness. Utter madness. Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak. This is the last inconsistency, the final piece in the puzzle. He said other. Yep. Titties. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is... I know the answer, but I'm still going to save. It's... the flowers! No, it's not. It's the book. Kurae! Yes, the fourth book found at the scene. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. The burned book? Is that not Mr. Garrideb's book? Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print surely shows the book in question. The victim holding it in her hand. But as we all now know, it was the policeman constable that put the book between her fingers like that. Quite so, as part of this wholesale transplanting of the blah blah blah. That's true, however, as part of his testimony, Constable Beach made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. Oh, well son, that's because that's how I found it. When we first went over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it stayed in her hand. In other words, the victim had already picked up the book of her own violation. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd been doing much of anything. So the question becomes, why did the victim have the book in her hand? By jingo! I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened. Oh dearie me! We know that the book fell from the top floor to the pavement below. Precisely the moment the victim was walking past. Yes, at exactly that moment, the young woman was walking along the street in the light fog when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her. The book I threw. Yes, Mrs. Garrideb, and what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement? Well, I can't really imagine it. But I suppose she might have reached down and picked the book up.
Yes! That's exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book. Oh! Oh heavens! And when the woman reached down to pick the foreign book up, what position her bag has been in? Yes, Jin, case 5 will be coming next week. Or maybe in a weekend if I feel like it. That's right, facing the sky completely and utterly defenseless. I could do it tomorrow actually, but we'll see. And in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, oof! Silver Wind Nagakura attacked her. Yes, Kirada, it happened to drop because the woman just threw a knife at her husband and it fell out of the window. Yes. But yeah, Silver Wind Nagakura attack. The next object fell from the room above the jackknife straight into the middle of her back. And at the same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Queen was the defendant, Mr. Natsume Soseki. Well, I never! It appeared to Mr. Natsume. They were supposed to go to the husband. Then the woman simply collapsed to the floor. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above. And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. So there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. Table slam. No, this is nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate incident. And that is the real truth behind this case. So how do you like these kind of murder cases? Or attempted murder cases? GG on winning the 32-year-old. He's level 32 on level 18. I beat him. Or he's like HR 32 on HR 18. You like how weird it is? Yeah, that's what I like as well. Determine is playing Super Smash Brothers. The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wonder if perhaps it might have been something like that. There, Obin. Poor Miss carry that. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? The knife was the murderer, who would have thought? Lock him up! Jail with a knife! I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book. And I threw that knife as well. John dear. It's alright, I know. Oh my god, the maiden eyes. I'm ever so sorry. Truly? I'm sorry! And she faints. Oh, he caught her! Oh! Oh, he died. I expected her to faint as a witness. You're correct, Jin. She fainted again. Lord Benzix, what news of Mrs. Carey dead? Today's events left her in an especially flustered state. She'll recover in due course. Fainting is her other game. Consequences of the actions. There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Jane, don't say that. What typical of women? That's not how it is. Even guys faint. The condition is improving steadily and the doctors believe she'll regain consciousness soon. It's strange, we've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her. How wonderful! The woman is out of danger, it seems. Yes, that is good news. So, Mr. Natsume Soseki. You can see a lot of gender bullying in this game. Yes, because this is older times when like sexism was still very prevalent. Yes. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. No, it is me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure the woman was dead. Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing too, didn't he? He thought she had been killed. I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog. Like they're haunting me. Yeah, heading to work. See ya, Kiara. Thanks for dropping by. We are pretty much at the end of the chapter, so you got to see it. Have fun at work. I might drop in the voice chat later, cause you know, usually on my trip to fencing, that's what happens. I've been taken by the fox spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police. Instead, we managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I'm truly sorry. Oh man, he's actually quite short. One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were fooled by this spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Benzix and our young lawyer here from the east, the chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both. Oh man, Kara is here to watch the eye fluttering. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? As the foreman of the jury, I can assure you we have reached a fair and just conclusion. I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times. Well, I didn't expect the woman next to me. That's for sure. Sitting in for the old bean while she's out of action, you know, but I know what her decision would be. Does it mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time. I say, I'll have a cocker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home one time. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman. Muzai. 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 Very well, Mrs. Natsume Soseki, I hereby pronounce you husband and wife. Not guilty. Oh my god, fireworks inside the freaking courtroom. There's a fire hazard. Finally, Mr. Natsume. You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you'll continue to further your education in British culture, and may you never again be brought before me. Oh yes sir, of course. On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in the courtroom again. I'm transported to tears. Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned. 20th February. Oh, locum. Wait, you mean me? Of course. Is there another locum here? Is there even one? Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it? What's wrong with using my actual name? Oh, at last! I'm free! I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation! Happy, happy, happiness, hooray! Oh, I am pleased! Mr. Natsume is delighted! Would it be so hard to just say that then? Locum, you did it! You saved me from the brink! Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now. No, not that. Lovely lawyer, welcome lawyer. Yes? I mean, as I said before, I've just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback. Yeah, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume. But today, you local lawyer gave my groom the boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks gleam among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed. You wrote the best barrister ever born. That's very flattering. And I'm very pleased for you. This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan. An anecdote? Is that what will become of all my hard work? Ah, there you are, my dear fellows. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to meet you. I see I am here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say. Oh. The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo. And I wish you the very best of luck. Freaking Sherlock Holmes overslept. It's just finished. What? No! Then my haste was in vain. Arr, it's you! Sherlock Holmes! Oh, have you met sir? This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Holmes. Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom, either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light. Charming. This is all your fault, Sherlock Holmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Had she been taken to hospital more urgently? I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Well, never mind. Well then, what was it that you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Priceless. Oh, I'm really sorry. No, I'm sorry, really, but that was quite priceless. Poor Soseki-san. Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. But there is no bright side. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume? Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits, and now by the Reaper. Lord Venzix, I haven't forgotten, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed. It will be alright, Mr. Natsume. Hmm? If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. With a perfectly executed Susato takedown. Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time, Miss Susato. So, Mr. Natsume, you mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan? Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon. Oh! It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I've visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honoured with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it has shaped. And I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it. It's very touching, Mr. Natsume. Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse. That's not it at all! The more I learn about literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own. Oh, I see. A work of literature by Soseki-san could be an interesting read. And what about Miss Susato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot? Why would we? A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel as though we have finally found our feet. And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us. I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted. Well then, you could take my lodgings. Oh, the windowless rooms? Ah, but what it lacks with windows, it more than makes up for with a floor, a ceiling and walls. Great. And of course, I'll be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit. Oh my, evil spirit? Oh yes, it tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call. I'm quite sure that's a cat. We'll think about it if that's alright. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me? Really? Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it is up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matters of price. And Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of? Oh, this is simply wonderful. An honor. You invited to take lodgings into the great detective's office. Attic. I'm too overcome for words. So, suggesting we look elsewhere is out then. Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you, and yes! Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long. Somebody's happy. Welcome. I knew you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London. Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you two. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon. Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But welcome, we'll meet again one day. Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer. Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, Mr. Holmes. I've little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. And so, with Soseki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Holmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street. Oh, this looks comfy actually. It's not that small. the attic room. So this is to be our new office. Yes, our office. I rather like the sound of that. Me too, simply wonderful, isn't it? I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step, but I like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Oh, he looks so good without his coat and everything. Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Yes, thank you so much. It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it. Good. I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you. I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsumi arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. Alright then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. Splendid. So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures await us. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry? London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity and wealth. But the brightest of lights cast the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So, once again, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London. Of course, at the time, oh my god, Jean, you're playing Unite now at 3:43 AM. I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. Why not? I mean, it's just that it's freaking nearly 4 AM. Go to bed. I'm only up because I wanted to finish this. And I finally finished it. Save. Oh, save game. Oh, I burped. Finally completed chapter 4. Putting yourself in a good position. Okay, is there around that I can read? I guess I'll read him because he's having a 24-hour stream right now. It's been almost 7 hours for him. So we'll be reading soon. Nebura. Thanks to everyone who dropped by to lurk and to participate and join in with the stories. I hope you all had fun watching me like complain about how goddamn long the freaking chapter 4 is. It's freaking a 7-hour stream today. I expected 5. But yeah, Shun's doing his 24-hour stream right now, so it'd be nice if y'all can go over, support him, speak French with him if you know French, because he's French. He's a Monster Hunter Rise speedrunner. He's currently playing Rise now, but I think he'll be playing other Monster Hunter games later. So yeah. Till next time, I need to go to bed. Bye.